Hello, everybody. Hope everyone is all right. Checking this out. If everything's all right. Okay. I want to have the control panel. There we go. I'll leave it there on the left side. And here we go. Nice to have everybody on board. I'll check this out here. Okay. So, everything looks fine. And I'll just do a little something here before we start. I'll just want to check that here. Okay. It's time for the beer. So, hope everybody had a great week. We'll have the official announcement, and I'll put the link, because next week, Sunday, May 18th, is going to be a Zoom meetup for all of you that want to participate. We're going to have the details of that. And put the link to register for the Zoom meetup. And hopefully we'll have a lot of fun. So this is okay here. You do see a little bit here. Let me just kind of want to adjust this more like this. Okay. So this is going to be a lot of fun too. So next week will be two events, the Saturday show and the Zoom on Sunday, May the 18th. So here we go. Hey guys, welcome aboard. This is the live Shortwave show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. And this is where we talk about radio, have fun with radio. I got a few radios here that many of you have made sure that they were here today, because I've been talking about them last week and that I needed to take them out, and we're going to actually have that in a few moments. So nice to have everybody here. So this show is, like I said, every Saturday, 20 hours Universal Time. We, of course, talk about mostly shortwave radio, but it can be any type of radio in general. We talk about radio and just have fun with that. So it could be any type of radio, AM, FM, long wave, scanner radio, in the VHF, UHF range, and so on. And, of course, amateur radio. We'll have a little utility talk today, because somebody been asking me if I could do a little bit of digital mode decoding live and kind of explain a few things on the software like FLDG or any software that I use to decode, because there's a lot of misunderstandings. There's a lot of people not really totally getting it when they use the software. So we're going to do that a little later in the show too. We'll find some stuff to decode out there. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. This is northeast part of North America, and we are live every Saturday at 20 hours UTC. You have a beautiful chat room with wonderful people. If you want to join in, this is great because this is one of the best places to be. If you want to join in, say hello, and interact with everybody. I will actually have a little cheers with my beer here. Cheers, guys. So it's a great chat for those that want to. And if you have questions, if you're new to the hobby and so on, it is a great place to be. And after that, well, we have a Facebook group which has the same name as the channel here. So I'll post a link to the Facebook group. You can join in, and we're at 4,200 members, which is not bad. And we people interact there during the week. They talk about what they what they hear, radios they might have had, stuff like that. And of course, it's another place where you can interact throughout the week and have fun with others. Makes the hobby more interesting. You're not alone. You can share your passion with other people, and it definitely makes it much more fun and much more interesting for the most part. So, welcome aboard, everyone, as we continue. It's already May the 10th. We've been having rather cold weather in the past couple of days, and rainy, cool and boring weather. So things are going to actually shape up this week because we're supposed to have temperatures. I'm this close to sneezing. We're supposed to have temperatures in the 80s this week, especially on Tuesday, Wednesday. We should be reaching the 80s, about 20. They're supposed to be like 27, 28 degrees Celsius on Tuesday and Wednesday. So it's going to be our first glimpse of summer-like weather, and that's going to be cool. Had a few days that it was pretty cool, though, in the last week, actually, where I was able to do a little radio listening outside on the balcony in the back. So it's really nice to have the good weather, the beautiful weather come back, definitely. So it's nice to have everybody on board, and I told you that you guys had been actually sending me messages even today in the last minute before the show. I told you that I would get out one first thing. My GE alarm clock that I had this is from 1988, 7 or 8, was purchased at Consumer Distributing in Canada. And it was purchased because I had my first full-time job. I had to wake up in the morning, so I purchased this alarm clock, which is been with me since then. So this is purchased in 87, which means it's about, we're in 25. So it's 38 years old. Pretty crazy. 37, 38 years old and so I've never really played with the radio part much. It was actually parked on Shom FM 97.7 for the rock music, and I would wake up to the sound of 97.7 because the alarm sound on this thing is crazy loud, and just like you just want to pull your hair out, and like if you don't die from a heart attack when this thing goes off in the morning. So I rather have the radio, and that's what I would actually have all the time, the radio on this GE radio. So this is interesting. There's a little sticker on the back, and it says quality check, and there's little marks where they were checked. So quality check. Oh man, is there a battery in here? No, thank God. Of course, remember these alarm clocks had these little 9-volt battery you could put in, so that if the power goes out during the night, it your clock will still be accurate and you'll wake up in the morning. So it's an AM FM radio, of course. So we'll actually plug it in and tune around a little later. It's gonna be interesting to check it out. So 37 years old. Last time I plugged it in, probably 10 years ago. So it's not been powered for at least 10 years. So we're gonna see what it looks like. I hope the controls are not too scratchy, but there's gonna be an interesting little experiment. And of course, the other thing that I told you guys that I would bring is my mother's boombox, Panasonic. This is what she was using to listen to her favorite music, favorite stations. She probably recorded dozens of cassettes on this thing and listened to her cassettes of the favorite songs she had. I purchased this as a Christmas gift for her, I would say around 1995-ish. Around 1995. So, this is good old Panasonic boombox of the day. Do you eject? Where's the eject? Door does eject and still works, so for the cassette part. So I don't know, I haven't tried anything with cassettes. So this thing also has not been powered in several years. We're also going to power it up, and I'll try to find, I got a cassette there. I see it, so I'm going to go and I'll put that cassette in to see if the cassette deck still works. And also, of course, the radio side of it is going to be interesting. This thing uses 6D size batteries. Imagine how heavy it becomes when you fill it up with batteries. 6D size batteries. Those are the radios of the day. So I remember the sound quality wasn't bad at all on this thing. So these are the two things I'm going to plug in a little later and see what happens with them. So it's going to be pretty neat to play around with this for sure. So that's some part of the fun today that we have on the live show. So welcome aboard, everybody, and don't forget we have there's already one. I was looking at my emails, and there's already one person that sent a pizza fund donation already. So thanks for that from Stuart Matheson. So that was a little earlier this afternoon. So if you want to help out, monetization on YouTube has been extremely bad lately. So it does help me tremendously that you give a little something to help me out. There's a super chat here with a little dollar bill in the chat that you can actually go through there. Or you can do I'll call it the Lobster Fund for tonight. Lobster and cat food fund through PayPal, and this is the email for the PayPal donation for Lobster Fund, because tonight it's lobster time. There's some lobster in the groceries, and purchase that for later tonight with some garlic butter. It's going to be great. And so you can send anything, whatever amount helps. It doesn't matter how much you send out. So through the super chat and through the lobster fund or cat food fund, depending on what you want to do, through the PayPal if you want. So we're gonna see if we're gonna see have fun today with radio. So what do we have? UTV and Ham KD9WNV. Nice to have you here from Wisconsin. Andy New, nice to have you here from Bristol, UK, M7CUN. Richard Wagner, WA9301SWL, Northeast Illinois. Picked up a Ethon Elite for $54 on eBay. Pretty cool. Yeah, $50. Totally worth it. Absolutely. At that price, it is worth it. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Canada. Master Players Radio and Television, nice to have you here, Bobby. WA5107SWL in Morgan City, Louisiana. Might be nice to have you on board from sunny and 65 degrees Bayfield, Colorado. Jean Arrache, salut, j'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board from Saint-Hyacinthe. I haven't been to Saint-Hyacinthe in, I think last time I went to Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec, it was when my sister was still alive. Because she went to the hospital there, and which would mean 15 years, 14 years that I haven't been to that city. She was living in Saint Jean-Baptiste de Rouville, not that far from Saint-Hyacinthe. TVDXer, nice to have you here. Bonjour et bienvenue. J'espère que tu vas bien. From just outside of Montreal. RJDA Dakota, nice to have you here. From Wentzville, Missouri. Beautiful weather from what I see. YZFR1 Biker, hey Perry from Sherbrooke, Quebec. Nice to have you here. That's another city I haven't been in a very long time. Last time I've been to Sherbrooke was when I visited my uncle. So that goes to at least 30 years, at least, which means I remember back in my teenage years we would go to my uncle in Sherbrooke, and I always wanted to go because he had one of the biggest train sets. He had made on a huge plywood, a whole village with railroads everywhere and stuff. It was so beautiful and so much fun. So when I would go there, I wanted to go because I could play with the trains. So that's a good. The last time I went there, a good 30 years. But in the 80s, I probably went there. We went there probably at least 15 to 20 times per year. We would go there, spend a weekend at my uncle's, which I have some great memories of. And their cat, which it was so funny because they had a Siamese cat, which wasn't nice with anybody, but it was always nice with me. And they just couldn't believe it because every time I'd go to bed, the cat was sleeping with me. And my uncle looked at me and says, I don't get it. He doesn't like that cat doesn't like anyone, but he likes you. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Donald Royal, nice to have you here. WA7330WL, hot and sunny Sun City, Arizona. Robert Varner, nice to have you here from New Jersey, KC2TEL. CD Marchi, nice to have you here. Chris from South Carolina, KN4EXM. And Fernangi, nice to have you here from Scotland. So Craig, nice to have you here from Canada. Not interested, nice to have you here from Prince Edward Island, Canada. VT Radio, nice to have you here. Paul AA1SU from Northern Vermont. Blogger Die, nice to have you on board from your patio in Virginia. Beautiful weather. And yeah, I'd like to. I like chilly here. I'm starting to look into, it's getting warm enough now. Starting to look at what I'm going to put as flowers on the balcony. I like to have beautiful flowers in the summer. Alex M0OOV, hello there. Nice to have you here. Chardero de Lupe, nice to have you on board. Blogger Die says, I read up on consumer distributing, fun catalog back in the day for Canada. Yeah, it was a unique thing. Honestly, it was very unique. You'd go and it would be there's a counter, And in front there were tables with the catalogs on the table. And what you do is you would check the catalog for whatever you want. So that I checked, for example, for the alarm clock. I went to the alarm clock section, and there was like a full page of maybe 10 or 12 different models. And I remember I chose this one because it was the LEDs are blue. All the other ones were red, and I was like, oh, blue is going to be different. It's going to be more fun. So I chose it partially because it was blue instead of red like everything else. Because back in the day, if you guys remember, LEDs didn't have much color. The displays were all red, and we pretty much never seen displays that were anything else than red. So when I saw that one, which was blue, I was like, oh, this is cool. So you'd put the catalog. There was a little number in it besides the item. You'd put the catalog number on a piece of paper with your name. You'd give that at the counter, and you'd wait. And boxes would come out from the back. So there were people in the back probably going through, okay, this is 12, 46, 46. Where is that? And so they would then you'd see a box appear, and then you hear your name. Actually, you had two things happening. Either you had a nice little box and they'd call your name, which meant, oh, they have it. Or most of the time, and I guess that is a lot what killed consumer distributing, because I'd say 2 out of 3 times on the most popular items, they would never have it. So you would go there, give the paper, and then you'd wait, and then she'd come back and say, sorry, you don't have it. So, but there was one, I was lucky for one thing. There were 2 consumer distributing near here that were pretty much equal distance. So what I'd do is I'd go to the first one, and often they were actually nice enough that they would actually call the other one if I wanted to see if the other one had it. And if the other one had it, then I would add on to the other one and I would get what I wanted. And if they didn't have it, which was cool with the phone call, was that I didn't have to, go to the other one for nothing. But it was a very interesting way of ordering stuff. It was kind of weird, but at the same time, catalog was fun. There were so many things in there. It was one of those catalogs that you'd have everything. You'd buy, you'd go there to buy a pair of shoes, or you'd go and you could be able to get yourself a clock radio or some kitchen stuff, whatever, some bed sheets. They had like tons of things in there. It was like, that's where the first multi-band radio I've ever used came from too. So kind of cool. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from Dundee, Scotland, where it has been rather warm and I've been able to get outdoors with the radios. Conditions are better after a poor few days. Heard KTWR Guam on 31 meter band. That is cool. Transmission 1 SDR, nice to have you here from Northern Ireland. You're actually ringing a bell about something that I'm going to talk about DRM, by the way. There's a interesting interview in Wavescan with someone that didn't want to mention the name of a company or anything, but that someone said that we would have a portable DRM radio soon on the market, and it would cost less than $50. So that was kind of interesting, but he didn't give details, didn't say any, where it was made. It didn't say the company that's making it. He wanted to keep it quiet for now. and apparently that would be a thing in the next months, or at least the next year. So okay, we'll see. Apparently, it locks on to signals even if they are not super strong. It's still going to decode DRM signals. So we'll see. It's kind of interesting. And for less than $50, yeah, okay, I'd buy a DRM radio to play with for less than 50. We'll see. We'll see whatever happens, because I remember WWCR, and they were actually talking, and that's something from like 2-3 years ago. Actually, when the original station manager was alive. So I don't know I don't remember when he died, but it was at that time. So it's several years, and they had mentioned that the manufacturer of cheap DRM radios was about to put something on the market. Never happened. So we'll see. But yeah, it'd be kind of curious. I find it interesting. So, Robert Varner, reactivate the radio. Marty68, nice to have you here on Friday, which was our 20th anniversary. Gave my husband a quarter-cent radio. Cool. And that's a great radio for 20th anniversary. Happy anniversary. Pretty cool. RJ Dakota says, I remember Hurt Wind and Fire ads featuring Panasonic Platinum. Jean Arash, what's new in Canadian broadcasts? We've focused so much on the U.S. lately, and it's as if nothing is really going on here. Yeah, you know what? I did a tour with the Quarter-Cent this week. I actually scanned the FM band on the Quarter-Cent on Wednesday. I think it was Wednesday or Tuesday. Wednesday, one of those. And I was outside, and I let it scan the FM band to see what I could hear, and it was a very interesting FM scan. It did bring me a lot of stations from outside of Montreal that are like community driven. There was one in the Laurentians near Saint-Jérôme. I got one from La Chute. I got another one in Trois-Rivières. Actually, it was funny because 94.7. It stopped there. When it stopped, what I was hearing is K-Love on 94.7, which is in Chateauguay, New York, just outside the border in New York State. And I picked up the radio in my hand and moved it, like 2 feet away, and it went away, and another station was there, which was in French. And it turned out it was the CBC French in Trois-Rivières. So it was kind of interesting. And then I moved it another 3 feet, and I hear country music. So there were 3 stations coming in, and I guess propagation was helping out because I was intrigued. I never found out what the country music station was. I only found out that the CBC and Trois-Rivières and K-Love from Chateauguay, New York. And when I tried again, maybe half an hour later, I couldn't hear the CBC Trois-Rivières. I couldn't hear the country music anymore. The only station was K-Love and Chateauguay, New York. So I guess there were some unusual propagation conditions that made the FM band kind of propagate a little more than usual. So I had a lot of fun with that, discovering that basically all the good old days of AM stations, community-driven AM stations in small towns, which have pretty much disappeared in Southern Quebec, they're pretty much all on a FM outlet somehow. And the Quarter-Cent is fantastic for that because it scans and it actually gets all of those stations. And it's just really, really cool. For the first time ever, there was a station in the Mohawk Reserve of Ganawagi, just southwest west of Montreal, and they have a station there, 103.7. I had never heard that station because it's very, very low powered. And I don't know if it's because Sheldon Harvey was telling me that they had changed their antennas. So maybe that helped. Because for the first time ever, I heard 103.7 from Ganawagi Reserve, which was the Mohawk Native Reserve, southwest of Montreal. So that was kind of interesting. They're trying. I don't know if that's the goal, but it was very rock, very Shom FM like, which was kind of interesting. I don't know. It would have been interesting if they, instead of having the standard music like that, if they would have at least had, some local native programming would have been much more interesting. It would have been kind of nice, to hear that on the radio. And it made me find a website because I was searching for stuff for the FM stations, trying to identify them. And it made me fall on a website that has up-to-date listings of changes in the AM/FM bands for every province in Canada, which was very interesting. And it has things like, okay, June 1st, this station will move from 200 watts to 150. June 1st, this station will change format from classic rock to new stock, and so on. And it was very actual. They had all the details of different stations. I noticed that there were at least a dozen FM stations in Montreal and in Quebec, southern Quebec, that were, having changes in power and stuff like that. Also, I noticed there was a new FM CBC that would be coming up in one of those cities pretty far up north in Quebec with a very low power, like 50 watts. So it was interesting. But in terms of diversity, in terms of what's happening in broadcasting in Canada, we can say it's kind of boring. There's not that much happening. So many stations sound the same, which is, sad. I mean, there's so many stations you just can't make a difference. You would close your eyes and I would tell you, I'll give you a choice of 5 stations. Which one do you think this is? And you would not be able to pick which one because they all have the same exact music, format. It's like, the FM band has become rather boring and stale, and and AM, it's kind of quiet in the daytime. Montreal has a lot of AM stations, but most of them are not interesting. And there's a lot of community stations, like there's one for the Arabic, the Maghreb community, one for Haitian community, and the other one. So there's not that much happening in terms of excitement in radio or in Montreal and southern Quebec also, and most of Canada for that too. Robert Varner has a little lobsters. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here. I'm going to show you that I'm not lying. Here's the a picture of about 2 of them. So this is a picture of one of the 2 lobsters that are in the fridge. So it's going to be pretty good. They were actually not very expensive. It was really, really nice. Blogger Die, thank you so much for the donation through PayPal. Toast and Loaf, nice to have you on board from Alabama. Francis Moore, nice to have you here from the UK. Tristan, afternoon from Newfoundland, 17 degrees here. and speaks for snow for tomorrow. Youch. Here it was almost. I mean, temperatures at one point were like 5 or 6 degrees. It was like, wow, a couple more degrees and we're having snow instead of rain. It was a pretty gray day yesterday, and even today. Now the sun is starting to come out, so it shows. It feels better. Now, for some reason, my weather station is not getting the temperature from outside. SWL Signals 23. Nice to have you on board. Soon to be rainy Florida. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here. N5 KVO in South Texas. Casey Red Dragon, nice to have you here. Transmission 1 SDR, we are all in shock that it's warm here for a few weeks. Just hope it has been our summer. It hasn't been our summer, yeah. Yeah, you never know. TNUS, nice to have you on board from Switzerland. Rob's radio channel, nice to have you here. Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. I hope you're enjoying your Quotacen DX286. We have Robert Levine, nice to have you here. Toast and Love, Blue is exotic, yeah. Yeah, not bad, Rob's radio channel. GMS Simos, nice to have you here from Brasilia, Brazil. Chrissy, nice to have you on board from Memphis. Sipping on a grapefruit margarita and relaxing to some radio today. So cheers. Pretty cool. Fred Water, nice to have you here. Marvin Motz, nice to have you on board. From an American refugee in Asia. Richard Wagner. We had McDade's and service merchandise. McDad's. Something like that. Skylar Phoenix, nice to have you here from Colorado. Ajay Dakota, we used to have a store like this in our area called Service Merchandise. You would have to order it at a counter with a requisition form, and it would come out on a belt or conveyor. So, yeah. Jean Arash, I heard that interview on Wavescan. His radio is a prototype. It's still experimental. Yeah. How HD is going as your radio? Yeah, it's stable. Let's say that it's stable. Same stations are doing their same deals on that. Chrissy, yay for Paul the Cat. Maybe he will grace us with his presence on the show. Who knows? Who knows? Headwater says Paul is the real star. I know. When Paul's here, you guys want me to just leave. I know. BT Radio, Jill, back in the 70s, magazines would have a postcard in the back with numbered circles to fill in. For the advertisers, you would mail the card and brochures would show up a few weeks later. Yeah, I remember that. I would take those cards and I would just circle tons of numbers and I would just send that card back. And I remember getting some material through the mail. Bob's Old Records. Can't wait for the Tropo season to begin. Craig Martinetti. We're just going to go here. And okay. So. What else do we have? So Craig Martinetti. Okay. 804 Marty. Nice to have you here from Virginia. Hope I can make it through this live without buying another radio. You'll be buying an old clock radio. Jean Arash, I love First Nation radio stations. Their music rocks. Yeah. J. Orson 69, First Nations, no Sasquatch is real. Yeah. It's just sad because that First Nation radio station actually wants to sound more like the other stations on the FM band. Sheldon was actually telling me a story at one point because he worked there at some point, and he was telling me that he had pushed to have some, First Nations native programming. And that when they put some on the air, apparently the response was great. The people there just loved it and said, "Oh wow, this is so cool. We have, programs that are for us." But unfortunately, that station, I don't know why, it wants to sound like the other stations. Art Dodd, nice to have you here. K2ADC in New Jersey. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. BT Radio, my friend on Long Island, filled out a card with my name on it. Fire department equipment. For years, I would get these beautiful publications of people trying to sell me fire trucks. Duode181, bonjour, nice to have you on board. Bobsville Records, we have KTNN and KGAK with Navajo content where I live. Fred Water, I used to listen to CBC Northern Service in Cree language. Yep, and other languages. Yep. Chrissy, I've been noticing how that now that I've returned to Memphis last year, that many of the AM stations here are now on FM. Yeah, there's a big push. AM stations, a lot of them want to be on the FM band because having all that land taken by gigantic antennas, they kind of understand that, oh, well, you know what? We could have that little, vertical antenna that doesn't take space somewhere and sell the land for, today land is like crazy expensive, so they can make a lot of money off of it. And that's what happens for a lot of stations, or a lot of AM stations just want to go to FM for that reason only. They still want to be there, but they want to be there just to on the FM band, to not have to deal with all that land and all that, and they want to rack in the money, of course. 804 Marty, thank you for the donation through PayPal, much appreciated. Phillips Jones, nice to have you on board from North Wales. Arda, does Canada have AM stations that pass bush messages to folks in remote areas of Canada? There used to be. I don't know if there's anything left anymore on that perspective. Most of the stations that are in areas that are far now are all trying to put up these little FM outlets and have programming there. Pretty much the last station that still does send out messages and that broadcasts basically for northern part of at least Ontario and I guess it would be listable in Nunavut, Canada, is CFRX out of Toronto, which broadcasts the CFRB 1010. Jim Gordon, the broadcasting setup here in the UK still has the BBC. Their spoken work stuff is usually good. Commercial radio here is formulaic and dominated by a few companies. Classic FM is an exception. Yeah, year two, there's only a few players here that are getting tons of stations each, and everybody kind of sounds the same. They almost kind of imitate everybody. Mad Reader DXer, M7EIW, nice to have you here. In the UK, it is the same. So many stations are networked, which makes the FM band sound too generic. More stations are losing their unique identity. Yeah, and a lot of stations are actually doing some network thing, which is ending up basically having programming that is not catered for your area. And so you might have programming coming out of Vancouver that covers every city, but you're like, but it doesn't fit that well in my Montreal area type of listening. It's sad because then they say, oh, well, people don't listen to the radio. Yeah, they do, but they don't listen to something that isn't interesting and catered for that person, and for that area where it is. I want to give you guys one little link here. And this has to do with... that's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted to do. So it has to do with something happening next week. So next week, we have the live show on Saturday. But on May the 18th, Sunday, we will have a Zoom meetup for everyone. It's for everybody. So here is where you register for the Zoom meetup. Even if you don't have a camera, it doesn't matter. Come and join us and say hi, even if it's in the chat room. So the link is here. And this is where you register for the Zoom meetup for next week. So everybody's invited. I'd like to see as many faces as possible. I'd like to have as many people as possible. We are capable of more than 100. I think the limit is 200. So we are capable of handling a lot of people. It'd be a lot of fun to have you here on the Zoom next week. Chrissy says the main 3 local stations I tune are WYXR, WEVL, and WKNO. So the first 2 play some interesting music and shows, and the WKNO is for NPR listening. Fred Waterer, when I was a caregiver, my client loved Lobster. I'd take her grocery shopping when we went to buy the Lobster tank. I'd say, hey, look, that bro. She gave me hell. Oh, God. Yeah, Blogger, yeah. Actually, one of my, well, the ICOM ICR30 that overloads easily actually overloads from the bursts of data from the weather station when I'm in the balcony in the back because I'm close to the transmitter. Old radios, setting up a new computer, cool. Since my old one was murdered by a cup of coffee, oh, that is bad. Still remember when a friend of mine dropped a glass of wine on her Mac. It was a MacBook too. It was like, oh God, that's an expensive problem. Hank Parr, nice to have you on board from Los Angeles. Blackguard RTL, that's the RV4 didn't work well for me with the weather. Ditto 1958, nice to have you on board from Wisconsin. And then we have KW1161, nice to have you here, Kenneth, from sunny, windy Tucson, Arizona. So no problem, happy to have you on board, my friend. SWAT Cats, I remember going through college and requesting free examples of TTL chips from Texas Instruments, in addition to free data books. SWAT Cats, free sample examples from National Semiconductors with data books as well. Yeah. Chrissy, anyone know where I can find a decent travel case for the Shoyoung LC90? I would get it directly from their site, but last I checked, it's sold out. And also the you-know-whats are in effect. Yeah, I don't know. I would look into, for the size it is. Or you can look into, I think it would fit maybe in a Texan. Texan has a couple of nice travel case, and they're not very expensive, and I would believe that the one that, if you choose the one that is made for the Texan PL990, would probably fit well. It's the same size as the and the Texan PL880. They're pretty much the same size as the LC90. Maybe that could be one, or I don't know. What I would go and look for. I don't know, like maybe types of handbags that they sell at the stores could also serve the purpose in some way. I'd check that. Paul Thomas, have you ever used a low power transmitter to broadcast your own content in your neighborhood? Is that legal there where you live? I actually had fun in the older days with Part 15, what we call Part 15 transmitters, which here in Canada are legal as long as you don't, there's a set of rules, short antenna, not more than 100 milliwatts, and that's legal. I sometimes, and many years ago, I would think about maybe I should put one of those like FM transmitters on like a computer, and I could listen to whatever I have playing on the computer here in the office in a radio somewhere in the house. But now with Bluetooth and the fact that I have many Bluetooth devices, that idea is gone. But there's that possibility. For the fun of it, it could be interesting, actually. When I was a teenager, I would do a radio station on the AM band with one of those Part 15 transmitters. But I was actually breaking the rules because I doubled the power from 6 to 12 volts, and I put 100 feet of wire on the antenna, so it was definitely stronger than it should have been legally. Thomas Kitts, nice to have you here from Upper Michigan. Bob's Old Radios, Northern Quebec service at Inuktitut. Yep, also. So they definitely. Ditto 1958. I lived in Louisiana for a few years, and there were almost no AM stations. Back up in Wisconsin now, and we still have quite a few AM choices. Blagada CFRX is a favorite station here in Central Virginia. It's the iHeart Radio Network. Yeah, I don't know if it's my noise floor that's higher, but I used to be able to kind of listen to it here in the afternoons. But I have a hard time now picking it up. I see it's there, but it's washed out in the noise now on 6070. Bonnet de douche. Bonjour et bienvenue. Nice to have you on board. AM transmitters take up nothing compared to a VLF station. Oh yeah, of course, the lower the frequency. Definitely. Nice to have you here, EI3LH. But still, that piece of land that they have is worth, millions of dollars often. So, the RTL decodes. I didn't even know that. The RTL 43 software decodes the weather data. Oh, that is interesting. I didn't know that. That's something I might be looking at. Okay. You learn things every day. You see, the expert isn't expert at everything. John, Tampa, Florida. Nice to have you here. Older radios. Typing this on my new M4 Mac. Cool. Walker Customs. Nice to have you here. I have a big buff color cat helping me make a dipole antenna right now. He likes that I've got the window wide open to the roof. No problem, Chrissy. Thank you, Angpar. Bert, WF7I Homebrew. Nice to have you here. I vote for Gilles to, again, do a regular AM radio broadcast. We would listen via a nearby Kiwi. Well, that would be so low power that I would have to set up my own Kiwi for it to work. Because that would be the only way that you guys could listen. So, I'm down I'll take a pause here on the chat. And we're going to do the first one. So, once again, those that weren't there at the beginning, I have today, thanks to also the remembering emails of a few of you guys saying, hey, don't forget the radios you talked about. So, once again, my good old clock radio, AM FM clock radio from GE, purchased in 1987, 1988-ish. So it's 37, 38 years old. And hasn't been plugged in for at least 10 years, if not more. I plugged it in once since I was here, and then put it back in the storage. So we're going to plug this in. It hasn't been powered in a very long time. So if you see an explosion, smoke, fire, who knows? It's the radio. So for this purpose, I will temporarily use the I'll actually turn off the clock temporarily for me to do this, and we'll plug it in and see what does it do. Nothing's happening. Let me just see that it's plugged in correctly. Doesn't work. That's interesting. Oh, the radio works though. Oh, look at that. It's very faint. It's flashing 12, very, very faint. But the radio part works. So if I put it on the AM band and I turn it on,
every time you step into it's time to reclaim that space. Garage Outfitters Montreal, the premier garage space organizer in town. Custom storage solutions, sleek cabinets, durable flooring. We've got you covered. Just imagine a garage so organized you might actually want to show it off. From bikes to bids, tools to sports gear, we'll take your cluttered chaos and turn it into Let's make your garage the most organized space.
Live radio. C'est libre et AirPlay or Android Auto. iHeartRadio. Anytime, anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
HBO's biggest series is back. The Last of Us. Don't miss.
$50 million in spending annually in Vermont. He also said that Vermont is not the president, not the current administration, and has...
That's CJ80 and 100 in Montreal.
Serge 24,96 en Riboassa, ou adjoint selon Outcycla.
That's interesting. So that's the AM band scan, and it does not have the expanded AM band. It ends at 16, just above 1600 kilohertz, and of course the FM band. How does it go?
Si bon, merci d'être avec nous, de nous écrire.
Centre Bell, c'était le plus bruyant aréna que j'ai jamais été dedans.
Sort tout juste de la basilique et voit aussi.
J.D. Vance had been directly involved in negotiating.
Communion where people are accountable to one another. But this takes not just a structural change, but a cultural change in the church. This is the type of thing this is a real implication of synodality when Francis
so this must be the so the radio works, and I guess the wasn't there a switch? Oh yeah, there's a switch here to switch for. I'm just curious if it's on the switch, but it's getting a little brighter, a little bit brighter, but that's what it looks like. So this is 37 years old clock radio that woke me up to go to work, and I had not been working for at least 10 to 15 years. I probably haven't powered it on, so I was still surprised that it kind of didn't turn on immediately. I don't know, maybe some capacitors in there are like starting to show that this is a rough one. Why am I turned on now? So GE is the model, and like I said, I purchased this at Consumer Distributing back in the day. So that was a little tour. The radio works fine though. The radio works perfectly. It's really, the clocks is a little, I remember this was much more, there was much more light coming out of it. And I remember that there was this switch to attenuate the light, but it doesn't seem to be that. Seems to be a little hard at coming back to life. But it's kind of cool to see it. I should find it a small space somewhere here and leave it there. And so, hope you enjoyed this look at the vintage GE clock radio. And you know what? I'm going to leave it out because I'm curious about one thing. I will tune around with it at night to see if I get the US stations easily on the radio and like CFRB 1010, also stuff like that. Would be interesting to check out. So, clock radio, and it's pretty cool. Rob's radio channel, picked up Radio Caroline for very first time today on DAB radio. Cool. Mike B. Last Monday at 1:35 UTC, I came across Indianapolis Motor Speedway special event 14245. I checked their website, made my first shortwave listening report, and sent for my first QSL card ever. Cool. Cool. Bert, WF7I Umbro, headed to Dayton on Wednesday to attend the QRP convention. 4 days in May. Also, we'll go to the Amvention. Pretty cool. Chrissy, my gosh, my dad had the same exact clock radio. Really? Wow. I guess it was one of those very, very popular models from them. Hangpart, that was my alarm clock in high school. So it was probably a very popular model back in the day. But in addition, okay. Robert Varner, you should get news from 40 years ago with that radio. That'd be interesting. If the news would be from when the radio was built. Imagine turning on the Westinghouse here from 1949, getting the news of what was happening on that day in May of 1949. Benedict says, I prefer the brown BC03 clock radio. The Traveler one with the flip-out world map is nice too. To take in a travel bag, no radio, no nothing, just clock and light. Dave Newmeyer and 0KM. Nice to have you here. Got an SDR Player SP1B for my Mac Air. The software is a bit challenging for this old guy. Yeah, there's a learning curve. Definitely a learning curve in there. Less tea. Just needed to warm up. Yeah, I guess. I'm leaving it plugged in to see if the light will actually get a little brighter or not. John, Tampa, Florida. Good old GE. Yeah. And the day where things were pretty much GE were GE, not GE just, like a brand name. Wonder who actually would make them, but Fred Water in my garage. If my garage was ever so organized, it should be shown off. Please do a wellness check. Someone took over my garage. Bonnet de Douche sounds like that TV show, Early Edition, where the guy got tomorrow's newspapers early to solve crimes. Yeah. What else do we have? SWL signals, lots of lightning here now. Our antennas are unplugged. Yeah, there is, and it is at the max brightness. Because I remembered after, it's like, oh yeah, there's a switch for the brightness. But it is at the max brightness right now. But it's very dim compared. I remember these blue LEDs were like killer. I would actually intentionally put them lower at night because it was just like a blue light across my room when I was sleeping. RJ Dakota and another episode of the camera that takes pictures of the short distant future. There's a lot of these good episodes in the Twilight Zone stuff. Bill Colwell, Coffee Killed Computer. Remember the movie Electric Dreams? Yeah. It's funny that you talk about that movie because I had a Facebook picture that I put where there's a box of cables that has gone. They finally got consciousness and they're actually attacking their owners, like Terminator-like. And somebody put a picture of the robot in that movie, and no, not that movie. That movie, Electric Dreams, is of the computer that falls in love with the guy. They're Short Circuit, I think was the name of that movie, with that little robot. And it's the same. For me, it's kind of a little mixed into the same type of movies. But Electric Dream was the computer that kind of falls in love with the owner. And the other one was Short Circuit, was that little robot. Chrissy, it's still ticking. Yep. What was that Timex watch? Takes a licking and keeps on ticking, something like that. Still remember the two big sumo guys where they taped a Timex watch on the belly and they just slam into each other and the watch still works. Oh, man. So nice to have everybody here. Fred Water, I love consumer distributing. Yeah, I like that. I miss those. It's, like you could get tons of things there when they had it. Kenneth says that flashing clock brings back the old VCR days. Oh, definitely. I got an old Zenith from 1984 here that also has blue lighting for the clock. But in the douche, I like those clock radios with the numbers that rotated. Oh, yeah, those were popular too. I remember that. Back in the day. Actually, in Back in the Future, his alarm clock, Marty McFly's alarm clock, is one of those. The numbers that rotate. Which is very unique. I always was fascinated by those. Like, looking at them and it's like, wow, it's like the numbers flip. This is so cool. John Tampa, Florida. Good idea to leave it plugged in. Fred Water. I had a clock radio that picked up the 49 meter band around 590 to 620 in the 90s. I had at one point been given, I was maybe 13 or 14, a alarm clock radio. And I remember it would get Morse code from the shortwave bands over the AM stations that I was listening to. So there was some kind of, overload going on in the receiver or something. And not every day, but from time to time I'd listen to a station, and then I'd recognize the Morse code, like from Halifax, the same station that was in the beginning of the B-52 song Planet Claire. And it was like, wow, okay, I'm hearing some shortwave stuff through the radio on AM, which tells you that these AM radios weren't really made that well. Jeff K, nice to have you on board from New Jersey. SWL Signals 23, I do remember those clocks with the rotating numbers we had. One cannot remember who made it. BT Radio, we still use drugstore alarm clock radio to wake up to here. Man. I would, honestly, if I would have to wake up every day, today we use our phones. Every time I go to bed and I want to do, I want to wake up, it's not complicated. What do? I simply, put my phone. It's now it's the way it is. Thank you, Sheila, for the pizza, or like I said earlier, tonight it's the Lobster Fund and Paul the Cat Treats. So thank you for the. But you use that now. But I'd put that radio back in service if I wanted to wake up and needed to wake up every day. I was like, why not? It'd be kind of cool. Dedicate that thing to what it's supposed to do. And I mean, it's still working. 38 years. It took a couple of minutes for the electronics to wake up and say, what's happening? I haven't had electricity in a long time. Christy says, yep, he had it on his nightstand next to his ashtray from Sicily. I think he had it for decades. I used to have a RCA one back in high school, but didn't have that nice wood grain look. Yeah, that was the thing of the day. Eh? You would buy a stereo from Sears, and you would have that fake wood finish on it, which was really unique to that time period. This is where you can date back stuff. You look at the finish and what it looks like, and you're like, okay, it has fake wood on each side, so this must be from certain period in the late 70s to the 80s. There was that time when everything was chromed, finished. It's like you would have every single part of that device almost chromed, the buttons, everything. That also went far back in the wood finish. But one of the things is that we transitioned from real wood with a fake finish on it to plastic with a fake finish on it. A fake wood finish on it. Mitalunar, nice to have you here. I was wondering, do you ever get 1080 AM up there, Hartford, Connecticut? It looks like it is powerful enough, but I'm curious if you ever recalled hearing it. Yeah, I heard 1080 easily here in Montreal. Easily. It's one of those stations that comes in very, very well here in Montreal. What was it? Is WTIC? Is it WTIC on 1080? I think it is. I hear it. I used to it used my HD radio. The first year that I had it, it used to sometimes, when the signal was strong enough, lock to the HD signal of 1080, which was just amazing, and the quality they would give out. But it hasn't locked anymore. I don't know if they're still using their HD, because it doesn't lock anymore. J Projects, something that plays old programs would be a neat novelty. I remember a site with an old VHS recording of the AM band you could tune around in. Wow. Sheldon Harvey, nice to have you on board from Greenfield Park, Quebec. Tristan, I just broke down and ordered the DX286. From what I read online and from what you guys are saying, I don't think I'll be disappointed. Should be here by the end of the month. Oh, it's a great radio. Sheldon Harvey, yeah, WTIC Hartford comes in regularly, yep, in Montreal. Jeff K, you getting an SDR2 before Donnie kicks up prices? Jonathan, nice to have you here. Just picked up the signals of NHK World Radio Japan. Not just Japanese and English, but Russian and Hindi too on shortwave. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Really nice. Wally. Yeah, Wally. I remember. John Tempo, I know that GE radios were first manufactured in Utica, New York, way back in the day. I wonder if it must say somewhere on it where it was manufactured. Where was this made? Made in Malaysia. I remember Malaysia and Taiwan also. Those were popular places where electronics came from in the 80s. Because in the 80s, we didn't have electronics from China. In the 80s, we had stuff coming out like Malaysia. I remember Malaysia, Taiwan. There's a couple of other ones too. But that's where the electronics came from back in the day. So Malaysia. They actually say wood grain finish on plastic. No. I thought it was real wood. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So it still works, although it did take a little bit of time to light up again, but it definitely still works. So it's pretty cool. And the radio works fine. I think a band scan of the AM band will be interesting on that. Jeff K, either new Elec or V4, I think, are the two in Amazon. Bob's Records, Short Circuit, yeah. PR 4470, nice to have you here. Jonathan also got KBS World Radio on 9740 and 11810, pretty cool. RJ Dakota, John Cameron Sway's made a bunch of commercials about Timex watches where they test their watches in various ways and durability. Yeah. Blogadai, I've been playing some with some atomic clocks that sync with WWVB. Jeff K, some of the Sony VCRs were supposed to automatically set time but never worked. Yeah, they were supposed to get their time from the cable. If you had cable, there was a way they could actually synchronize the clock through cable. I remember those are so freaking complicated. The Zenith, I remember when my father bought the Zenith VCR, which is a VHS, he just put it up there, and every time he had something he wanted to have recorded, he'd just call me up and say, I want this movie recorded. Can you set it up? I was like, okay. But dang, that was the complicated. And I would mess up. so often to the freaking AM PM. Everything was set up. Except, I put it for 9 a.m. rather than 9 p.m. That would enrage me. It was like, oh, God. Dang. Duo D181. Loved my dad's old flip clock radio. Had a nice dim red glow at night. PR4470. Nice to have you here from Texas. But in douche, I'm almost certain that was Brown that made these radios with rotating numbers, at least initially. A design classic. I had a friend that had an alarm clock, and I remember he had the one with the flipping. Actually, there was a time period I kind of, remember going to either friends' houses or uncles or and family, and they seem to all have that one with the rotating numbers. It was like a very, very popular one. RF Burns, nice to have you here. I used to be able to pick up the BBC and CW on an old digital alarm clock. After I discovered this, I started listening all the time. Then got the incentive to get my ham license. Cool. Yeah, Bakelite, yeah. Like die. Hello, Matt. MDK2, nice to have you here. Got Mother's Day stuff going on, so can't watch unless the show goes long. So take care. Yep, Mother's Day this weekend, eh? Intel Lunar, yep, 1080 WTIC. Darren Rogers, nice to have you on board from Long Island, New York. KB2AHS. David in Barcelona, Spain. Nice to have you here, as usual. It's always cool to have you on board. So from Barcelona, Spain. And yeah, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Mike B, the clock radio is like a satellite that had been put into sleep mode. You had to wake up your own alarm clock. You got to wake up your alarm clock. That's good. Talking of space, is that spacecraft from that old Russian spacecraft? Did it finally re-enter Earth yet, or it's still on its way? There's a Russian. So the Russian satellite is actually a spacecraft that was supposed to be sent to Venus, planet Venus, and actually the rocket failed, so it kind of got stuck into Earth's orbit. But now it's supposed to fall on Earth May 10th. They said May 10th, so it's today. So I don't know if we're still waiting for it or not. The spacecraft is supposed to probably go through the atmosphere almost intact because it was made to withstand the harsh conditions of Venus. So it's kind of interesting. Singapore, Madrid, the Exer. Yeah, Singapore was a big one. There was some stuff from Japan, definitely Blogger Die. But they were, Singapore. I remember a lot of stuff with Singapore on them too. Philippines, Philippines rings a bell. Absolutely. Those are the places where things were made back then. If you had something made in Japan, usually you had something that was more of a higher quality. So you would pay more to have it than if it was made in Singapore or Taiwan or places like that. So it's kind of interesting. It's interesting that all shift. Even these countries lost a lot of their manufacturing to China. Fred Waterer, wood grain plastic. Every 1970s rec room. Yeah. Oh man. That's kind of interesting. So in case you missed it, David, I just did a little demonstration of me. My first alarm clock that I actually purchased back in 1987 or 88, so it's like 37, 38 years old. And with an AM FM radio, it's a GE clock radio. And this woke me up for my first full-time job back in the day. And so it actually took, I plugged it in, nothing was happening. It actually took like a minute, a good minute before the display actually turned on. So it's like, wow, some electronics in there were kind of surprised that something was happening. And we tuned the AM and FM band a little bit on it, and the radio works well. So it's kind of cool. It's cool to bring back these things. And I mean, somebody told me, why are you carrying this? You don't use it anymore. I mean, the last time I used this was, let me think. Last time it was used as a clock radio to wake me up was late 90s. So this thing was there to wake me up from about 87 until early 2000. So it probably was waking me up here too when I moved here the first year. And then I started away. I didn't want to throw this away. I remember a friend of mine was like, well, why don't you throw it away? You don't need it anymore. No, it's a clock radio. It works. Why throw it away? And, the radio side to it, too. And it was like, no, I like the fact that old electronics. There's something crazy about this, but having something that's 30 or 40 years old or 50 years old and you plug it in and it still works somehow fascinates me totally. So, to see it, to see the display here with the clock, it's kind of cool, It's there's something fascinating about old electronics from the time. The Win 1960, welcome aboard. And Freelanci just got my Texan S2200X. It's huge, but a very nice radio. I'll definitely need an outdoor antenna for it due to it being noisy here. Yeah, it's a big radio. If you like big radios, that's the radio, the really big radio. For sure. Jeff K. Fran Lamb had an old clock radio once she took apart. Keegan DXer, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Sarah Marie, nice to have you here from Oregon. VT Radio showed the movie Groundhog Day had the alarm clock with the flip numbers. Yeah. And so did Back to the Future. A lot of the movies of the 80s must have it somewhere in the background or whatever. By the way, I'm actually hearing RWM time signal 9996 on my ICOM ICR 8500 on the MLA30 here. It's not very strong, but it's there. 9996 CW. King and DXer says had some FM DX Tropo from Kansas City this morning. 98.1 and 98.9. So pretty cool. What else do we have? So anyways, I like these old electronics. It's kind of cool to play with, Yeah, South Korea. I remember there was a lot of things made in South Korea too. No problem, Paul. Have a good dinner. Kev Michael, nice to have you on board. Heard Radio Impacto, 77.1 FM, Belize City, with rock music. Wow. Fred Waters, Sony started out as a manufacturer of rice cookers in 47. Yeah, I remember something about that. Yeah, definitely. It's crazy. And Japan was like like a lot of people are joking with China. I mean, things made in Japan in the 50s were considered to be junk. And no one wanted to buy things from Japan. It was junkyard. And they became, and they went to a point where everybody wanted stuff from Japan. You know? Now only expensive stuff pretty much is made in Japan. You know, like my Yaesu. I believe ICOM still makes pretty much all of its radios in Japan too. But we are paying a pretty high price for these devices. You know, to be curious, you know, to see if they'd open a manufacturing plant in China and have a Yaesu or an ICOM radio built there, that'd slash the price a lot. And I mean, they have quality standards that they could use, which would have them build as good quality radios as anywhere else. But yeah, it was interesting back in the day. Yeah, Singapore was a popular one, I remember. Jim Gordon, old UK people like me remember the label Empire Made on toys and other stuff. You know what's interesting about UK is I don't remember what it was, but I still remember I purchased something, and maybe it was in the 90s. And I still remember looking at where it was made, and it was made in the UK. And I was like, wow, I think it's the first time ever I have something made in the UK that I purchased in a store. We would never see that. We would almost never see anything made in Europe. I remember shoes coming from like Poland or something, but I mean, we wouldn't see much stuff made, you know, in Europe. Everything was pretty much made in Asia even back then. It was crazy. RJ Dakota once had a Samsung air conditioner, but all the interior parts were labeled Matsushita Electric. Yeah, which is the Panasonic, basically. So, Jean Arash, does the boombox still work? Yes, it probably does. It's only the cassette part that I wonder. So, let me just go down, and we're going to plug the boombox, because that's the next one we're going to check out. Keegan DX, it reminds me of Panasonic clock radio my dad used around the early mid-2000s, probably made in the 80s. That's, you know, they were all using the same kind of look. Jeff K, I built a digital clock with 7-segment Nixie tubes, still works from 66. Cool. These are cool to look at. Kev Michaels, radios made in Japan in the 60s and 70s was great. Sony and Hitachi, Sharp and Koyo. Perry, I still have the futuristic Zenith clock radio I got back in 78. Can send you a picture of it, Joe, if you want to see it. Yeah, I'd like to. Do send the picture. I'd like to see that. It'd be interesting. Can show everybody at the same time. So before we continue, don't forget that, you know, it is very helpful for you guys to help me out. YouTube monetization particularly bad in the past month or two. So it does a tremendous help to give a little something, either through the super chat here, and you can, of course, send through the Lobster Fund and cat food for Paul through PayPal at this email that I'm posting here. I want to thank everybody for their donations. Much appreciated, and it helps out tremendously. Bill Colwell, clock self-setting. Used a particular station's time info that was encoded in the vertical interval between video frames and the old analog TV system. Atori, nice to have you here, but in the douche, don't forget the Mustaf 80 car radio made in Albania. FM, AM, medium wave broadcast, and wow. Fred Water says, I just lost the, okay, here we are. I just lost the, where I was. Okay, here I am. ITMA stood for It's That Man Again, an oblique reference to Hitler. Tobruk Tim! Heard the Russian satellite came down in the Indian Ocean. Oh, thanks for the info. I was wondering if it already had fallen down or not. It would have been interesting. It fell on land, not where there's people, but that we could go and, check it out. See what 50 years in space does to a spacecraft or something. It would have been kind of nice. David, looks great, Joe. We had an AWA FR-A2 at home when I was younger. I see there are some used units for sale over here, so I might possibly go and try to get one of them. Cool. And then you just bought the iRadio UV98 Plus. Huh. But it does got an Eton Executives, Elite Executive this week. It sets the time automatically. Yeah, with RDS. A lot of radios do that. They set their clock with RDS. My BI do upholstery, and the machines that come from Japan are very well made and coveted, as well as the ones from Germany. Robert Fletcher. Nice to have you here from New Hampshire. But in Dush, my Yaesu FT65 is made in China. Oh, it might be. I haven't looked at that. I got the Yaesu FT55 here. I didn't check where it was made. David, I know for a fact Sony had a TV manufacturing plant not far from here in Barcelona. They also had another in the UK, if I'm not too mistaken. Bill Caldwell, a Japanese transistor radio featured in Alan Sherman's 12 Days of Christmas back in the 60s. Oh man, pretty cool. I like movies when they have old radios in them and you just go through the scene and you're like, oh, look at that. I wonder what that is. What model that is. Jean Arash, the good old days when you bought a device made in China and the instruction booklet was written in awful English and French. Yeah, that is the biggest problem. Yeah, and that's when you get a manual, because very often you don't really get much of a manual. You just got to figure out, work it. RD68 got his parents' old Zenith clock radio from the 70s. It works, but a little touchy. Yeah, when it ages, that's a lot of that happens. Chrissy, I'm hoping during my Japan trip in October that I will be able to find some interesting radio gear in Akihabara and maybe bring something home. Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. Do an assessment for us of is it easy to find a radio in Japan? Out of curiosity. Perry, send it to official Shortwave Radio, and I'm putting it in the chat at gmail.com. Official Shortwave Radio at gmail.com is the best place to send your picture. Kevin Michael was looking for the satellite landing. We could not find a live stream of it. Megan Bruns, nice to have you here. Picked up a Timex T232S clock radio that works great for my neighbor that moved. Been using the radio in it for a week now. Cool. Kevin Michael, I have a Grundig Satellite 800 made in China. Yeah, because the Satellite 800 is not a Grundig radio, so it's from the time when things weren't Grundig anymore. They just tagged a name on it, and that's it, pretty much. And it would be made by some Chinese manufacturers. WF7i Umbro still uses Sony clock radio made around 2000, still works great. Jim Gordon, I'm wondering how the recent changes in the Vatican will impact their radio programming, perhaps more in French, Spanish, and Creole. I heard something about some people at the Vatican wanting to stop Vatican radio transmissions. So I'm not sure how big that movement is, but apparently there's some people out there that don't like Vatican radio on the air. It's the politics of the Catholic Church, I guess. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Florida. Keegan says the oldest working clock radio I have is a realistic chromatic 251 model from sometime between the late 80s and early 90s. What else do we have? Kevin Michael, I have the Grundig City Boy 20 made in Germany with medium wave 510 to 1600 and FM from 87 to 108 from the 90s. What do we have? Chrissy, I do remember seeing Yaesu advertisements there when I was in Tokyo a couple of years ago. And given that you can find retro games easily, I might find some vintage Sony radios in good shape. That'd be interesting. John Beckham, Radio Marti is off all of its frequencies on shortwave. They're still in a battle, kind of a legal battle with people that are don't want to help. So as long as the Greenville, North Carolina transmitter site is not powered back on, there will be no Radio Marti for now. I think Radio Marti on the AM band in Florida is there, but this is the only thing. Radio Marti shortwave, all frequencies are off. Anything coming out of Greenville is off because Greenville has been shut down for now. But in addition, Back to the Future, when it says that all the best stuff is made in Japan, and the dog does look astonished. It's like, what? Because he looks at the chip and he says, no wonder this thing doesn't work. It says made in Japan. Like I have a couple of Sony clock radios with iPhone 3 chargers and the wide plug. CD Marchi loved Casio watches for years. Some models have the atomic clock sync. They're great. Kev Michael here's heard the NMC Point Reyes, California with marine weather on 8764. And Steve Fisher, what's going on with AirSpy Ranger? I don't know. Anything special happening? So, second radio that I brought here that some of you might want to see now in action, which also means I'll have to unplug the clock radio. So say bye-bye to the clock radio, GE clock radio from the late 80s. Came back to life. Now, we're going to put back to life another radio. The boombox that my mother was using in the 90s. And this thing has not been turned on in a good 10 to 15 years. So that also is going to test out the electronics. It's a Panasonic radio. Is that going to work in here? No, it doesn't. I don't have the good plug. Why is it that I don't have the good plug? Maybe I know where to get the good plug. I think it looks like pretty much. So I don't have it here. That's a good question here. I don't have the correct plug for it. It's not there, or is it? Wait, let me check out if it's maybe left on the shelf. Because this did seem to be the good one. Oh, I got it. I think I got a good one. Oh yeah, that looks like a good one. There's a lot of dust. It's interesting because they made tons of radios that had these little plugs like this and tons of devices, but they all have, some have one shape that's different from the other, some will have a square shape on one end, some have, it's like, why didn't you make the same freaking cable? So, there you go. Now, let's plug this in and turn on the radio. So here we go. It's plugged in. Did not explode. And let's check out. Okay, so how do you go to the radio on this thing? Radio, and the band is here. AM, FM, FM stereo. So radio. A little bit of a scratchy volume, but not too bad. So, tuning. Well, this radio goes to 1710.
Police, il a pour juridiction. Militaire, il a pour combat et pour protéger la souveraineté nationale. D'accord, Marie?
D'accord, merci.
On parle, on a le ciel sur la tête. On se plaît de...
For a lifestyle design for all stages of life. For a limited time, get 1 month free and extra perks. Open house every weekend. Visit monarchcollection.com.
This is the best of John Moore on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
Jesus continually invited men to believe on him.
This is the religious station that's just outside of the border in New York State. So it's pretty sensitive.
Aucune congestion pour la 25 et la 125.
Traffic station.
Which is a terrible logo.
Yeah, see, there's always the Rams hating.
No, I didn't even put the...
Sports, 690.
The new Rams logo and colors are out.
This is 600. I wonder if... trying to see if I can get... That's there. It's noisy a little bit, but there's a little bit of talk in the background. That's the CFRA 580 in Ottawa. So this one too is going to be an interesting one to tune around the bands. Wow, this sounds great in stereo.
Insurance for business. We're not new to insurance, and that's reassuring.
Pretty good sound.
It's moving season, and at Corvée Appliances, they're helping you make the right move without breaking the bank. Until May 21st, save $100 for every $1,000 spent when you buy 3 or more kitchen or laundry appliances.
Supposé être 14, mais il y a 2 duos, fait qu'on est 16 cinéastes.
Pretty good.
On a la chance de réaliser un court-métrage.
The little FM stereo indication on the
72 heures.
on the top that
il y a 2 blocs de
lights.
tournage, dont un du 19 au 21, puis un
So it works
du
great.
au 23 mai.
The only thing we haven't tested is the cassette, and let me check it out. I believe I've got a cassette right here, and I'm going to use that cassette to test it out. There we go. You guys remember what a cassette looks like? The young generation doesn't know what that is. No, they do. So here, a cassette, good old cassette. And let's eject. And if I want it to go in the good direction, I believe this is how I put it. Does it play? Oh, wrong direction. Actually, there's an arrow that shows me. I should have looked at the arrow. Yeah. Works. Cassette plays. And some rock music on it. I didn't remember what's this. Anything on the other side? Play. Yeah, works great with some Fleetwood Mac on the other side. So the cassette player works great. Still works perfectly. And now it's at the end of the tape, so it's going to stop. There you go. So everything seems to work fine. Panasonic. This thing is about 30 years old. I'd say about 30 years old. And works great. So another cool device that still works. And that was my mom's boombox that I purchased to her at Christmas of, I'd say, 94, 95, somewhere around there. I knew she liked music, and the old boombox she had before was starting to wear off. So I thought, hey, how about a nice boombox for a Christmas present? So, Sheldon, that must be a Duran Duran cassette. Hey, was Fleetwood Mac, wasn't too bad, and some hard rock or some sort on it. And this was made, by the way, as we were talking about where things are made, it says made by Matsushita in China. So this is one of the, probably in the times when we started getting Chinese electronics. Panasonic, but made in China. And it seems to be good quality because, I mean, it still works fine after all of these years. And even have been, not being used for like maybe 10 years, it still works fine. So this is pretty cool. Jim Gordon, wasn't there a hit song called Made in Japan? Yeah, it's by what was that? The hot darn. Forgot the name of the band. But yeah, there is a song called Made in Japan from the 80s. Kevin Michael, Radio Pilipinas and Radio Thailand, yeah, they're gone. I listened to Radio Pilipinas through their web stream this week. It was kind of fun. Kevin Michael, remember that boombox? Yeah, this is another case. A lot of you are saying that you remember that alarm clock. Well, that boombox from Panasonic is like a model that was everywhere at some point. I remember going to different electronics stores for stuff, and I would see the same one pretty much in every store. It's like they had one or two, and this one was one of them. They all had the same one. So it probably was one of the main, like, very popular models that they would just make all the time. Yeah, from G to Matsushita, Panasonic. Yeah, Alphaville. Yeah, that's the name of the band, Alphaville. I remember. Dave Vosh, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. In Dines, I had a tape recorder that had an infinity signs as the end connection. So yeah, they're kind of like that. So, thank you, Perry. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Oh wow, this is cool. Look at that, guys. Very nice. Very nice. Look at that. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Love it. Love the design. It's very nice. Very nice. Francis Moore, thank you so much for the donation. WF7I, Brett, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. Through PayPal. And for some lobster and cat food. Nice to have you here, Dave, from Fort Washington, Maryland. N5COP, Frank, nice to have you here. Deep Purple, made in Japan. Oh yeah, I believe there was a song from Deep Purple too. Yeah. 804 Marty, Beastie Boys. Jeff K, lots of people didn't know Ake was Sony. Awa ended up being Sony too. But in addition, I want to know who Seisho Inari and Matsui were owned by. Metal Lunar, I still have my Silver Sharp branded boombox from my childhood in the 80s. Tape deck doesn't work anymore, unfortunately. Fred Water, a sci-fi movie where Joel Radios becomes it. Ah, man, they all come to life. I would make an episode where, like, whatever radio I turn on, it's the same song playing, the one that you hate, the one that I would hate the most. Like, I don't know, Wake Me Up Before You Go by Wham. It's like, whatever radio I turn on, it's that 24 hours a day. Oh, God. But it just says, look at Sony now. They make next to nothing anymore. They only make one cube-shaped clock radio, for example. Sad state of affairs. Yeah, they've abandoned most of it, their manufacturing stuff, and focusing. I mean, the cash cow of Sony is the PlayStation. I mean, Sony, if it wasn't for the PlayStation, Sony would probably have gone bankrupt, because nothing they were making was selling enough to, have the company actually work well. So if it wasn't for PlayStation, oh man, Sony would be in big trouble. They're already in big trouble. They're heavily in debt, and so one of the things for sure is every time they have a new PlayStation, they are really hoping that it's going to be a big hit like the previous ones, because that's what's driving Sony today. Blogger, that the disadvantage of being out on the patio is that the wife keep coming by and assigning yard work subtasks. Can you mow the lawn? Oh, look over there. There's weeds. Can you go and cut them out? 804 Marty, did you already recycle your license to cassettes? I have a box here full of cassettes that I need to take out, and one from my mom of all the cassettes that she actually recorded over years. I actually took one out one day to listen to it and see what my mom was recording. It's kind of interesting. It's almost, when I listen to the tape, it's almost as if, I can almost see her, like in the living room with her headphones and listening and recording stuff off the radio. King of the Xer's got a Sony CFD 510 CD radio cassette, recorded from July 94. that my dad gave me in December 2020, made in Korea. Cool. Also have a Sony ICF C212 Dream Machine clock radio, made in China, from 2004. Yeah, compact cassette. JFK, Japan had those terrible earthquakes shutting down production of print media for video, and medical printers. Hospitals were desperate for media. Jim's Radio Check, nice to have you on board. These cassette decks, yeah. A lot of the problems that happened with cassette decks was mostly driven by the belts. The belts either break or wear off. And I had a Sharp cassette deck, and it I remember I had not used it for 10 years or something like that, and I put a cassette in, I pressed the play button, and I heard the typical sound of a belt that just breaks off because it's just so brittle, because it kind of, stayed too much. The air kind of made it I don't know, it kind of dried out, basically, and it just couldn't do it. And a lot of these cassette decks, actually, it's the only fix. You open it and you put a new belt, and they work fine, usually. I had I gotta tell you guys this. I had a CD player that... I used for years. I mean, that CD player probably worked for 10 to 15 years. And what happened is that I didn't use it for a while. I'd say maybe several months. And I put a CD in it. And you remember, guys, on computers, there was... When you had a CD-ROM, you had a number with an X, like it was like 10 times, 20 times, 25 times. And typically what that meant is that the CD would spin at extremely high speeds. And when they went to, I think it was past 40x, CDs were actually exploding in the CD-ROM drives. So they had to stop because the forces pulling on the CD when it was spinning so fast just made them explode. So I put a CD in the player, closed the little door, and I'm expecting it to start. Instead, I start hearing inside like a really high speed motor thing, and then I hear this explosion. Something went wrong with the drive, and the motor started spinning the disc at an incredible speed, and it exploded within the player. And I was like, okay, I think my CD player's gone now. It was like a CD-ROM. Justin S., I remember having to rewind things. Yeah. Remember when you were renting a movie on VHS, you had to rewind the cassette if you didn't want to have to pay the penalty at the video store. Mad Radio DXer, I know it's not radio related, but Sony could have released a game console with Nintendo in the 90s before the first PlayStation was released. I think Sony are still kicking themselves over it. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Just trying to find my place where I was. And here we go. So, so Sheldon thought it was being a Duran Duran cassette. I could find one for you if you want. I think I still have one lying around. Kevin Michael, I have a couple of cassettes. I have a Doll's House by the Beatles and Jackie Raquez and something else. Panasonic was good tape recorders. Yeah, rumors. So it got doesn't know if I need a turntable and cassette player, maybe an 8-track. Well, that's the other thing I need to dig out of my storage here. I got a Lloyd's AM/FM amplifier with 8-track cassette player. The only thing I don't have is an 8-track cassette to test it with. Because I'd be curious to see if it still works. But then again, I also need speakers to plug on it. I don't have any speakers to plug on the amplifier. So I don't know, I could do it. Or I think there's an headphone jack. So I just use the headphone jack instead. It's going to work. I can even put it in the console. And tune the AM band. I still remember its lighting in front is beautiful. Like in the dark. It's just so nice to see all of that lit up. It's just like it was almost as fun to look at it lit up in the darkness than listening to the music on it. That's where, guys, that Lloyd's that I got here, that came from an uncle of mine that died of cancer in the 70s. That's where I listened to my first Rolling Stones, Pink Floyd, and Manfred Mann on 8-track cassettes. 54 cal, remember my Sharp GF777 boombox, AM/FM shortwave, dual cassettes, what a machine. David says, Boombog, I had, as a kid, there was this CFS W350L. Years later, I found a 2-hand unit in pristine condition. A second-hand unit is a 2-hand. The model of this one is RX it's RS, oops, I'm going to drop a keyboard. RX FS 430 is the model number on this one. Okay, Michael, I took all my radio station recordings cassette and transferred all of them to CD. Chrissy, but they seem to be doing all right with the Switch, but the Switch 2 and games going to be $80 could slow that momentum. Yeah. And the games are about to shoot up in prices really, really bad. Jim Gordon, I have the same model of Panasonic boombox as yours, but with a CD player. So an upgraded version that they made later on, probably. John Beckham says, I used to like using chromium dioxide cassettes to record with to get the top end of the frequency. Yeah. And remember that these little switches on some that you could, like, depending on the type of cassette that you put in, you would choose which one. I had that on my Sharp tape deck. You would choose the type of chemistry used by the cassette, and then you would. There is also the Dolby noise reduction going on it to remove kind of the background hiss. It pretty much made, when it was used well, pretty decent recordings on cassette, even though, it's not the top notch. It made pretty good recordings. Two-Brook Tim, yeah, I remember that. I'm from the time when I still remember people were buying either a Beta or a VHS. And when my dad actually purchased the Zenith here, he took a VHS, and the war wasn't done yet. We weren't sure yet who was going to win. And finally, VHS won. That was kind of an interesting moment. But if you want to, there's one thing that, if you look at, there's a YouTube channel called Technology Connections, I believe is the name. And the guy talks about how things work. He has a whole, like, 1 hour video of how a VHS works. If you want to be amazed and wonder how the hell this thing works, it's crazy complex how VHS actually works. But it works. And it's a very impressive thing when you look at that video. It's like, I never thought VHS or a video cassette recorder was so complex in having it work to give us the pictures on our TV back in the day. When they borrowed the CDI when they were released, 7 guests. Oh, 7 guests, yes. I remember that, 7 guests. I remember playing 7 guests and, like, being bored to death. Tried to counter CD32 as well. It was terrible. 3DO was too expensive. Mega CD. A friend of mine, one of my best friends back in the day, he had all of these odd consoles. And he would have a lot of games on many of them. And that was interesting because I could see the different consoles. I was never a console guy. I never got a console. Never, ever. I am a gamer. I like play games, but I'm a PC gamer. My thing was really PC games. Still today, my laptop here is a gaming laptop. But I always found it interesting, you know. And when I was a tech guy, some people sometimes were like, oh, apparently we can play games on PCs. I would always respond back, if you don't want to have any problems playing games, you know what? Buy a console. It's way better. And you won't have to change your console every 6 months. Because, you know, I especially back in the day, it was like, you know, you buy a graphics card and 6 months later you got to change the graphics part on your desktop because it needs that new pixel shader 3.5 so that you can play that new game that came out. It's such a hassle. It's like, it's really a geeky tech thing more than anything else. Tosinov, I got about a dozen of my mom's 8-track carts. Oh, man. Jim Gordon, you're playing the Fleetwood Mac reminded me of when I saw them here in Denny live in front seat row for £1.25. Youch. I saw Fleetwood Mac once in the 80s. It was in the 80s. And I probably have the ticket somewhere here in my ticket stuff for all the concert. And it was probably, I don't think it was more than 10 to 12, 13 Canadian dollars back in the day. I mean, you could see a concert for that was my concert time, because when I got into going to concerts with people, you know, we would have our gang of BBS and of I was in college, and then I went to a full-time job. And we had a little gang. We would go out on Friday nights to have beer and play those trivia games with the wireless thing that you would have on the screen, the questions, and you would play, which was really cool. And I remember concerts were so cheap back then that when somebody said, oh, there's this band coming, anybody wants to go? I would always say, don't even ask. Count me in every time of whatever band it is. It's like, you know, you could afford it. It was easy. It's not like today. Today is like, you can't afford a freaking ticket unless you buy you're like, you know, 10 kilometers away from the center stage or something. Non-stop air supply music. Oh, God. I'm all out of love. Oh no, please, 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 please. No, that would be more brutal. Air Supply. What else? Rick Astley. Never gonna give you up. Oh man, I'd rather hear Wham. Rick Astley. Oh God, that one would be also very brutal. Man. Kevin Michaels got a Sony ICF-38 made in China. Metal Lunar, I find that sending the alarm clock radio to a station I don't like helps me get up faster to turn it off. What I would have to do, and I'm not joking, I always, from as long as I can remember, always been a guy that has a hard time getting up. So when I would go to work, I never put the alarm clock next to me because I would hit the snooze button to get 3 extra minutes of sleep. So it was so painful that what I would do is just put the alarm clock at the opposite side of where I was sleeping, so I have to actually physically get out of bed to go and close it. And once you're up on your feet, well, what's the point in going back to bed? I'm going to go get a shower. That's pretty much what I did. Kevin Michael misses Sony shortwave radios. Yeah. Look at that. The radio's in the kitchen, but I have the pouch of the Sony ICF 7600 here. Sony. And, man, these are... it's not the best radio. It's unique. I kind of find it fun and interesting, and I'm really am happy that somebody has donated that Sony ICF 7600 to me. It's fun to play with. It's one of those old radios that's kind of cool to play with. Yeah, Sony with its studios, they own a lot of movies. There's a lot of money coming from there also. Yeah, Sony TVs are still sold. My uncle that repaired TVs and radios, when I got a Sony Trinitron 27-inch CRT, I remember he came here and he saw the Sony TV. He said, "Oh, that's a good model." And he actually made a joke, said, "That's a good model. You're going to die before that TV dies." And I was like, okay. That's reassuring because I know the TV is going to last. But he was telling me of the different models of Sony and of different companies. It was very interesting because my uncle was not just the repair guy. He was geeky. He was like, I like to understand and see how each manufacturer deals with how to build a TV or a radio. He was like really into, so every time we would meet up, it was kind of fascinating because he would tell me, oh, by the way, this TV, the grill and the mask that they put to, for the beam to go perfectly. And it's like, it was just fascinating to listen to it. It was like, okay, so there's this grill and there's, he was so fantastic in explaining that stuff. I still remember we would go up to his place just north here, a little place called Sainte Thérèse. And he had his repair shop in the back. And we would go there. And I still remember there was one of his TVs that he didn't have the cover on it because he would experiment stuff with that TV. And everybody was watching, except the parents were, I didn't do it in front of my parents because they would have killed me. But I was with my cousins, and I would put my hand on the big coil and the CRT tube while the TV was actually working, and I would actually turn it, and you'd see the picture turn upside down. And everybody was like, "This is so funny." And I was like, "Yeah." I think about it today, and I was like, "Yeah, I could have killed myself with some kind of zap of electricity, but I'm still here, and I did get zapped at least a dozen times over the years. But I'm here. I guess it made me stronger. RJ Dakota, I used to have a Toshiba boombox that had a medium wave, shortwave 1, 2, and FM. Great sound, just a touch of the button would play anything. A tape recording was great. You know, that you remind me of a friend of mine that we would go up north. And I believe it was a Toshiba boombox. A really huge one, because the guy was really, really heavy in music. It was a really huge one. And he would always bring it up to listen to music when we would go up there. And one time we went up there, and he had some friends in another town near. And he said, how about this weekend, you know, I drop you off. I'm going to go see my friends, spend a weekend with them, and I'll pick you up when I come back. And I'm like, fine, I'm okay with that. And I stayed there all the weekend alone. And for the first time, I could control what I wanted to hear on the radio. And I went to the boombox, and what I did is I saw that shortwave 1, shortwave 2 thing on the display, and I was like, oh, his boombox has shortwave. I wonder how good it is. And I started tuning around, and I still remember on the Saturday night, it was a rainy night, you know, the kind of rainy night that when you're out there when there's nothing else to do, it's like, okay, what am I going to do? We didn't have TV. We didn't even have electricity there. You know, I had the, I don't know how you call it in English, but the lamp that I used was one of those lamps that you put gas in it and then you pump to light it up. I don't know what name it has in English. In French, it's called a fanal. So that was it. You know, I mean, there was nothing there. And I started tuning around shortwave on it, and I remember listening to the DX Party Line from ACJB using just the telescopic off the boombox. And listening to, what did I listen to? I listened to, so we're in the 90s, DX Party Line, and then like Swiss Radio International and Radio Sweden, stuff like that. And I was like, wow, that's not bad. I'm doing a little shortwave listening on the boombox. And actually, when he came back the next day, I said, oh, that radio is great on shortwave. And he says, what's shortwave? Yeah, never tuned anything on SW1, SW2. Never. All he did was put cassettes in it and listen to music. So I was like, well, it has shortwave bands to listen to international broadcasts. And I started tuning around on it last night. And I said, I heard Sweden, I heard Switzerland, I heard Quito, Ecuador, and South America. And he said, oh, really? So, yeah, on this radio? Yeah, absolutely, on this radio. But he didn't know, you know. And I don't think he ever tuned, even after that. It was like, oh, okay. Oh, well. It was more like oh, okay, well, cool. And then we went back to whatever other conversation we had. So, you know. What else do we have? Jeff K, can anyone recommend an SDR book they know about, maybe on Amazon? You know what's complicated with an SDR book is that each SDR often has several software to use. So it's kind of hard to have a book that, you know, there could be a general book, but it's kind of difficult. Anyways, I don't know if anybody has something that could help Jeff. Sean, nice to have you here. No, it's lobster tonight, not pizza. I actually showed a picture of my lobster that I am going to eat after the show with garlic butter and stuff. So it's going to be kind of... Kevin J. Napolo. AWA CD player on Amazon. Oh, look at that. Amazon's choice. Look at that, guys. Look at that. It looks hot. I wonder how good. An AWA boombox on Amazon. Look at that. Looks kind of cool, actually. Now, is it good? That's the other story. Wow. How much is selling it for? Okay, because I'm not... Yeah, I'm in the... it's not telling me because I'm in the... Oh, and even... Look at that. It's even got the view meters. Look at that. On it. And... radio design. Look at that. Kind of hot designs, though. I'll have to go see how much it costs. Cassette player and everything. Wow. Thank you, Kevin, for sharing. I'll have to go see on Amazon Canada if that's available. Amazon. AWA boombox. And oh, they have some cool stuff here, though. They've got a few models that are kind of hot. Some of them must be really good because, I mean, some of them go up to 200 plus Canadian dollars. So the model that I saw there is not it doesn't show up here in Canada. But there's some by a Studebaker is the brand. $230 for a boombox. Retro Street boombox with Bluetooth, FM, CD, 10 watt RMS power. Youch. There's a lot of stuff like that. Huh. It's kind of interesting. So, like I said, tonight is Lobster. I even took a picture. I'm going to show it again for those that want to see it. So tonight you guys are paying my lobster meal. And this is the lobster that I purchased today. Which was on sale, actually, at a decent price. RJ Dakota, AWA used to be higher and Sony equipment. Superscope was another division of Sony. Interesting. Uniform Marty, it always surprises me anytime someone goes to Walmart. Well, you'd be surprised. RJDA Dakota, JVC used to be Matsushita, but now part of Kenwood. So let me go down. I'll try to go down a little faster because I'm getting behind here. Andrew DX, Sony Trinitron TVs were top of the line back then. Yep. But my uncle did say that over time, they made little changes in the Sony Trinitron TVs. And he would tell me that as time went by, he see that the quality of the Sony Trinitron TVs was dropping slightly every year. Kevin, Turning Japanese. Yeah, there was that song too, Turning Japanese, by the Vapors. Kevin, welcome aboard WS2H. Enjoying your retirement, I hope. Keegan, my dad had a Sony Trinitron color TV around the late 90s, early 2000s. Had the selected channel lit up in neon orange. Wow. You know, I had a 26-inch here, Sony Trinitron, and I never really wanted to depart with it, but it was so huge and heavy that it's like I can't keep it. It takes too much space. Because honestly, when you have games like, I have old computers, an Amiga, Commodore. If you have old consoles, old computers, they look better on old CRTs because they were made for that, and because of the lack of high resolution on these old TVs, everything that you play the games on the Commodore, for example, Commodore 64, look better than when you look at them on a HD TV, which makes them look kind of crappy. But JFK, Sony broadcast customer still wanted Trinitron CRT units even after its first flat panels were released. Yeah. I bought that CRT in 2000 when I moved here. Because the first time ever I had a big living room and I wanted to have a big TV. And so that Sony Trinitron was the big TV. Blogger Die, 7th guest. That tickled my memory cells. Oh, God. Mini disc component, yeah. Remember, a friend of mine had mini discs. Oh, man. Mini discs for me kind of remind me of the PC equivalent of people using zip drives, which I never was into, because I thought, this is kind of a temporary thing. It's not gonna exist forever. Dave Newmeyer, wish I'd known about U2 playing in Red Rocks back in the early 80s. Oh, man. I wish I saw the Police when they reunited just for a tour. But I wish I had seen the Police when they came to Montreal at the Olympic Stadium in like 83. I was 14. I would have loved to see the Police. I was a big fan. I'm still a big fan. And I wish I would have seen that show from the 80s. Not that we're doing a tour to make more money of the, the early 2000s. It wasn't the same. John Beckham discovered a newly recorded Kenny Rogers new album recorded August 2023. Wow. Jean Arrache, back in the days, bands would make their money selling albums. Today, listening to whatever music is, yeah, it doesn't bring them a lot of money. Although, it's surprising. Taylor Swift is rich doing all of that, but yeah, it went from one extreme to the other. I said it somewhere. I think we even talked about it here. We were ripped off buying music because we literally were ripped off. I still remember I had Dark Side of the Moon vinyl and I wanted to have a CD version. Going out and seeing that the CD version was $24.99. And I was like, come on. And I'm talking about somewhere in the early 90s. I was like, come on, this thing is 20. Back in the day, this thing is more than 20 years old. They made their money. Why is that thing $24? I would have expected the CD version to be like, I don't know, $10 would be reasonable. But no, they're trying to make as much as possible. So there was always crazy prices. So we went from that, where we were ripped off all the time, to the other extreme where, yeah, artists are kind of ripped off now because we listen through streaming stuff. So they get, I don't know, 2 cents every time you listen to their song. It's like, yeah, how are they going to make millions out of that? So now they have to do tours. That's where they get their money now. Tours and merchandise is pretty much the only way. Bert, WF7I Homebrew. Gilles, this SDR talk at NASA talked about a decorrelation feature of the expensive Pegasus SDRs. Have you had the chance to use that feature? You said it could pull a weak AM station from under a strong one. I know that these SDRs have a lot of capabilities. I know that a lot of, like the Pegasus SDRs, have the ability also to, you can actually kind of identify a station in a very unique way. You can expand a frequency where all the stations are. Because, when stations are transmitting, they are not all precise on the frequency. Nothing is precise to the point of being perfect when they're transmitting. They are within the range of error that is acceptable. I mean, even if, for example, my Yaesu FTDX10, if I transmit a carrier, and if we would put 10 FTDX10s one next to each other, there's a very slight variation in the production and the parts and so on, that if you expand all 10 of them broadcasting at the same time, so even the AM station, if you'd hear tons of AM stations on one channel, if you expand it enough, zoom in enough, you notice that they are, 1 hertz here, 1 hertz there, 1 hertz there. It's a very small difference. It doesn't matter and it doesn't show. We don't hear it. But when you zoom in, you see that they're all a little different. They're all a little bit, spaced out because, these are capabilities of these SDRs that are kind of interesting. That's one thing I need to check out more. Serious AM DXers, for example, are using that to identify stations and to see what's out there by looking at, because they eventually know that, this is that station because it's always 3 hertz off its main frequency. And you can see it on an SDR, but you won't, if you just use the SDR as a standard SDR you use all day, just looking at a waterfall or a spectrum, you don't see that. You got to zoom in like really intense for that to happen. So there's a lot of interesting stuff that can be done there. No, so the Sony panels are not done with them. Yeah, even Panasonic at the end was not making its own panels. It's like everybody's using Samsung now. It's like Samsung is the panel maker for everybody. Jean Arash, isn't electronics about experimenting stuff? If you don't have fun trying stuff, do something else. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that's why I got zapped at least a dozen times. So many times. The worst one was at a friend's house. I was actually showing. I wanted to show my friend that one of the wall socket holes was actually grounded with water pipes. So I brought a multimeter to show him, one on the faucet in the kitchen sink, one in the proper hole, and you would see 120 volts. And he said, well, I don't think that's true. And I said, okay, I've got something else to test it. I put a wire on the faucet, and there was a 120 watt, like a 40 watt bulb in a socket. And I stuck the other wire inside the socket. Bulb lit up. And I said, look, It lights up. And I'm not looking. The system that I'm using has screws on it for the wires. So one of my hands is on one screw. So nothing bad happens. It's only on one. But I decided to go and take the faucet to remove the wire. And I got to tell you, that was probably the biggest zap. And it was the worst kind because my two hands, it went across my chest. That could have been extremely dangerous because that could have, put my heart in a fibrillation kind of problem. So I was safe and everything. But I remember I just, told myself, I said, come on, you dumbass. When you do things like that, be careful. Think about everything and think about what you're touching. And but I got about at least a dozen times I got shocked. Once with a TV. I was doing something and trying to change something on the TV and the cover off. And my hand slipped and I touched one part where it's like, it was like my hand was vibrating. It was like very weird. That could have been dangerous too. I mean, TVs work with very high voltages. Not counting the fact that CRT TVs emit X-rays. So if you play too long in that area, vicinity of the tube, it might not be a good idea over a certain amount of time. Can tell you. Craig Martinetti, I was just thinking about this. Someone earlier said they picked up Radio Caroline and didn't realize they were still broadcasting as a pirate station. No, they're actually legal now. Radio Caroline is now a legal station. They have a license and everything. They became a real legal station now and are broadcasting legally. RJ Dakota, we had a JVC-D Series 32-inch TV from about 97. Still works, but we don't have a use for it since the change to digital. It's been around a long time and even played in our garage connected to a DTV. Pet Sounds by the Beach Boys. Oh, yeah. Kevin, so yeah, that's what I... That looks cool. That boombox looks definitely cool. Gas mantle lantern. Yeah, it's the same. It's Tosenloff. It's the same. The lamp is a Coleman too. You just put the gas in it and then you pump, and then you just a mantle lantern. That would be in English a mantle lantern. Bruce Corbett 99BH and Blogger Die. But those are Coleman lamps. RJ Dakota says Coleman still makes those gas mantle lamps. I mean, those were great. You'd have to change. There was like a little pouch inside. So from time to time, after a long time use, you'd have to change the pouch so that it actually works again. But they were actually cool. I remember. You guys are gonna laugh at me. You're gonna see my little my little scary part. I was alone there, and it was I was outside in front of the fire, and I was alone all weekend. So as the night goes, I hear sounds everywhere because, of course, there's tons of animals in the forest and everywhere, and so in the trees, the leaves fall and stuff, and I'm actually getting chicken shit. I'm outside and I'm like literally chicken shit. I'm like, oh God, I'm scared. So I decided to go inside. I put water on the fire and I go inside and so I'm going to listen to Shortwave on the boombox. I get inside, turn on the lamp, and there's not enough gas in it. Oh, after 15 minutes, it just goes really, really low, and then it shuts off. So I'm like, oh God, the fuel is in the shed at the other end of of where I am. I have to go outside and walk there. So I'm like, is it time to go to sleep? And I'm looking at the clock. It's like, no, it's 11 p.m. You're not going to go to sleep at 11 p.m. It's like, take courage and go, you chicken shit. And I just go there, and I still remember going there with a flashlight, filling the darn lamp, putting the things back on, listening and looking around me. It's so dark, and because it's forest all around. And I'm like, okay, let's go back inside now. That was my chicken shit moment of one night over there. I don't know. I just, and you know what? It's something that I think you grow with when you start getting into it, because I did a lot of astronomy there, which meant I was outside in the real dark and would look at the stars and be amazed and had a lot of fun. And I mean, I didn't go crazy about it. But I don't know why. That night, I turned into a chicken shit. Like, I was, okay, time to go in. Maybe if there would have been like a full moon or something, that there would be a glow, I would not have been as scared. But, oh man, I turned chicken shit that night. So you guys could laugh at me now. Kamakazi76, nice to have you on board. John Beck and Panasonic. Yeah, Panasonic is always high quality, definitely. Panasonic was very, very good quality stuff. Everything I purchased from Panasonic. I have a Panasonic microwave because the one I had before lasted 20 years. And I thought, no, I want to have a Panasonic microwave. I don't want to have another brand. I don't care. And I mean, it's probably 10 years old now. Works great. Jean Arash, I have all the tools. I have the tools. I have the garlic butter. Don't worry, Jean Arash. I got all that I need to eat the lobster. Tosin Love did a lot of camping as well. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. $249 US. It must be good. At that price, it has to be good. I mean, at that price, it probably isn't that the cheap stuff that we see on Amazon or eBay, for sure. You know what, John Beckham? I will purchase it. The DE1131. And here's why. You guys might have seen a video that I have this new little radio. I don't have it here with me. It's crappy radio. And so I thought, you know what? Return the crappy thing and get the DE1131 instead. It's going to be more interesting to play with. So I'm actually going to return it Monday morning. And usually I get the refund in the same day. So I'll go on Amazon and I'll get the 1131, which, by the way, is the same, almost the same price when that crap radio I have is in special. It's pretty crazy. Take care, Christy. Always nice to have you on board. Kamikaze, mine is dead. I don't like dealing with the live lobster. So, it's dead. It's already cooked by the store. King Martinetti used to have a Panasonic 6-band receiver. What else do we have? Okay, here we go. Okay, going down. Let's go down. Okay, Mike WX50, nice to have you here. from Northwest Arkansas. I'm a fellow police fan, Joe. I had all their albums when they were released. I have all of them. I had all of them too. Man, I'm such a big fan. For sure. Dark Side of the Moon. Bob's Old Records. Now vinyl costs $25 or more. Well, yeah. Non-manufactured in the same numbers as back in the day, though. I would buy a vinyl back. I remember the prices of vinyl in the late 80s in Canadian dollars were anywhere between $6.99 to $10 or $11 Canadian. Michael, nice to have you here. Better late than never, absolutely. And nice to have you here. Aizazel, nice to have you here. Love Shortwave. Nice to have you on board. John Beckham says, I heard that Paul McCartney's all-time favorite album is Dark Side of the Moon. Close enough. I think the frequency tolerance on the AM band is 20 hertz, or used to be. WF7 Ion Brew, I just heard a news story last week that tape cassettes are coming back. Yep, they are also coming back, definitely. David, I know how getting zapped at 220 volts, 50 hertz feels. Let's say it's tingly. Yeah, picture tubes take they're thousands of volts. Philip Jones, I always work on the principle if your friend is happy with the homebrew aerial you just installed in their loft, leave town. We have 7 Ion Brew. We have woods off one side of our property. At night it is very dark. There are snorting deer and sometimes growling noises coming out of there. Jay Dakota, my parents' house in front of our yard, we used to have a big gas lamp like the old times. It was awesome because it stayed on all night. Oh, man. It was just arts and tariffs. Come on, guys, laugh at me. Blogger Dice says DE1131 is horrible. Okay, so what do I do with the refund? What should I get next? Joseph, nice to have you here from San Francisco Bay. Brent Sutherland says, the worst thing is when you boil a lobster with the rubber band still on, and then it tastes like rubber. Oh, God. So, it's, it's kind of interesting to digress in all sorts of direction here with the live show. I'm going to do a little something here, guys. I think that coming up in 5 minutes is... Let me see if I got a good enough signal. Yeah, I got a pretty good signal. I'm going to start the PC here. So if you guys... Yeah, it's not necessarily the best signal for it, but we're going to try to get it anyways. WRMI is, I believe, going to have the shortwave radiogram in a few minutes. And that is a transmission with digital modes. And a lot of people are a little surprised by that radiogram. And I thought that maybe we could use it as an example for digital mode decoding. So 9455 is one of the frequencies it should be on at 23 UT. So I'm going to get FLDG out. They usually are in MFSK 32 mode. And we're going to zoom in with this camera so you guys can see better. It's the first time I hear the interval signal of WRMI here on 9455.
You can find out more about WRMI from our website, WRMI.net. That's WRMI.net.
So 9455 kilohertz is one of the frequencies, and we're going to check it out. Let me see if taking the camera is actually showing a nice screen. Yeah, that's not too bad. So you guys are going to be able to see what it looks like on the screen. So that's going to be okay. So that's the luxury of having two cameras to do something with. Why not use it? So 9455, if you want to try to decode, there's a software called FLDG. FLDG. And the mode they're going to use is MFSK32 to start. They usually have different modes. So we're going to go through that 30 minutes broadcast here. So it's going to be interesting to check out. Artist Alec Crafter's Kitchen, nice to have you on board. Firing up the Sony ICF 2010 tonight. Toasted Love's got a good signal on 9455, which is good if you want to decode stuff. So let's check out what's going to be. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't turned it on. But if for anybody that does that, turn on the RSID, because it actually changes mode automatically. I don't know where it is. I know I'm gonna do it manually anyway. I'll follow the instructions on the screen. So we're going to view, receive, auto dialogue. Nope. Just want to see. I think it's big enough. Oh, here we go. It's starting. So you see the radiogram is going to show in the display. Here it is. So they show the radiogram here at the bottom. Shortwave radiogram with a logo.
From somewhere in the ionosphere, Shortwave radiogram, presented by Kim Andrew Elliott.
Kim Andrew Elliott, former guy at the Voice of America. Actually, it used to be called the VOA Shortwave radiogram. So it should start soon. Hopefully, I don't have the best signal. 400 episodes.
Arlington, Virginia, USA. On Shortwave radiogram, we transmit digital touchscan images on an analog shortwave broadcast transmitter. For more information about our project, visit swradiogram.net. That's swradiogram.net. On today's program, content in MFSK 32 and MFSK 64, BBC Burmese has a new satellite channel because VOA is no longer using it. NIST has a new cesium fountain clock. It's very accurate. And this week's interviews. First, the program preview in MFSK 32. That's MFSK 32.
It's surprising that even though I don't have the best of receive, MFSK32 is pretty good at decoding, even with a signal that has a lot of noise on it. So this is a thing called a shortwave radiogram. It's Kim Andrew Elliott that has this all the time. They used to have more diversity in the different modes that they use. They were more experimental. They're kind of more into the MFSK modes now. But it's a fun way to decode different things on a computer. So here's got BBC News Press stuff going on. It's kind of fun to decode, and it is available if you go on the Shortwave Radiogram website. You'll see the full schedule. It is available through a few stations, WRMI, WBCQ, and even in Europe through Channel 292. And it's a weekly show. It's kind of fun to play with this and learn a little more about digital modes. What's nice about it is that because it's broadcast over stations like WRMI, you don't have to have a single sideband at all. It's just an AM. Yeah, 1500 hertz. Joseph is the center frequency. That's why I'm centered at 1500 here at the bottom of the screen, right here, so that I can actually decode the whole thing. It's on several frequencies, Bert. Let me give you the frequencies you can try. Shortwave radiogram. Let me just go here. So at this time, if 9455 is no good for you, try 7570 or 7780. So 7570 and 7780. Try these two other frequencies, see if you can hear it. They're also being broadcast on those frequencies. Tosanov, nope. Slow scan TV is never used on this broadcast. They actually do send pictures, but using these different modes. So it's not slow scan TV, but it's still sending pictures using MFSK. Brent Sutherland says other broadcasts are already jumping onto former VOA frequencies. Yep. Joseph says 9455 works well in California. And FLDG is a great piece of software that actually has a lot. This is cool. You know, it's decoding text out of a radio signal. And that, it gets it from the audio. So those tones that you hear is actually what's used for decoding. So here, I don't know what's happening here. It's like decoding weird characters suddenly. And you're going to see, because on every story, usually they do send out a picture. So now they're switching to MFSK 64. Look at how faster it is. It reminds me of the good old days of Modem, BBS is on modem at 300 baud and 1200 baud. New atomic fountain clock joins elite group that keeps the world on time. So there's a new atomic clock at the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Pretty cool. I wonder if I put the noise reduction, if it works. Oh, it actually might work better. Look at that. Noise reduction on. That's good. Remove some of the noise. You see, they're talking about the financial trading platforms. Yeah, this MFS K64, I would say, sounds like 300 baud, like a 300 baud modem of the day. You have the time to read as it goes on, so. The code is not bad, actually. Pretty cool. Birds got it. Yeah, that's what I figured out, Joseph. It looked like some, maybe Thai language or something. Yeah. Dave Newmeyer, 9455 is only signal receiving here in Colorado. Mike WX50 receiving 9455 in Fayetteville, Arkansas on the DX286. Bert says it comes in great off my outdoor loop. Turns out just not good on the beverage. Mark Engel, yep, sounds like a fax machine. So Bobby says the images are next. Bobby's a big fan of the shortwave radiogram. Joseph, oh yeah, you reminded me I could totally tell which baud rate it was by the handshake. Yeah, back in the day. Jean Arash, is there any way to have those characters go to a printer that goes a bit fast? Oh yeah, you actually here you can print the text if you want. FLDG has a print mode, so you can actually decode it, press the print button, and it's all going to go to your printer. So here's this week's images. A polar bear swims while hunting along the coast of Hudson Bay. And the picture is nice. So I have a polar bear picture apparently in there. That's hunting along the coast of Hudson Bay. It's a little bit noisy. And I think we're starting to see the bear, or... Yeah, look at that. Look at that. You see the little polar bear coming in. Justin, 9455 MSK 64, yep. Kevin Michael, what frequency and mode? So right now they're in MFSK 64. 9455 7780 and 7730, I believe, was the other frequency. Joseph, that's translated to being a signal detection nerd. Mike Beef, 9445 strong in Beefield, Colorado on the PL330. Listening to it on my radio and watching it on the YouTube screen. Doesn't know if I tried to get FLDG for my phone at some point, but had problems. Yeah, the Android type version doesn't work that great. So yeah, we got a bear, polar bear in the water here, and this is hair pauses at Frankfurt Airport. So this one is different. Yeah, you could do images on MFSK mode. Absolutely, Bert. So Bird says sees the polar bear head very clear. Cool. Yeah, the Android version is iffy. I've rarely been able to have it working well, Tosenloaf. Yeah, it kind of has that sound of SSTV somewhat. Definitely. Jay Watterson, Paul needs a Hudson-based point blanket to lay on. And here we go. That was the picture you guys could see there on the screen. Sunrise over the Pap of Glencoe, Scotland, April 20th. It is very cool to be able to. It's very cool to be able to check that out. Looking at my phone, I'm looking at the Android Google Play MFSK decoder. Trying to see on Android what's available to decode stuff. There needs to be more than that. So this picture, the sunset, it's pretty cool. Light coming through the stained glass window in Lithgow Palace in Scotland. So this is a new one. Thank you, London 19657. Nice to have you here. Thank you for the donation. Yeah, Tivar. MFSK 64, Kev Michael. MFSK 64. So that's kind of nice. It's a little noisy picture, but it's there. It's definitely there. And every week he has a different show, a different program, so you can check it out. And different news items. What I really liked is I used when he was the VOA radiogram. What was cool is he would experiment with all sorts of bizarre modes, which were really, really cool. Richard Wagner disappointed that in the Zoom conference Memorial Bob, he was. If you watch the video after, Richard, what happened is that the recording has 13 minutes missing because he was mentioned, Richard. But there's 13 minutes missing before the recording started on the in memoriam. Sorry, somebody's knocking at the door. Bye. Sorry, got some annoying people on the door. You want to just sell me something, or I don't know, but I just don't care. No, it wasn't recorded. There's Sheldon. Were recording the sessions, and it missed out on 13 minutes of the in memoriam, unfortunately. If you want my take on it, it was a little stupid that they started that without waiting for the recording to start. So the flower, that's pretty nice. Hey Herman, nice to have you here from Kansas City. So, tiny but brilliant wildflower in Mount Diablo State Park, Northern California. That's a pretty cool decode. It's very nice, very clean, and beautiful flower. Yeah, that's true. Like Master Players saying. KBC, Mighty KBC on 5950, they have a 90 seconds of MFSK, 30 minutes in the show, and a mix of digital and STV somewhere at the last 10 minutes of the program. So for those that are still wondering what's happening, it's the shortwave radiogram being decoded on FLDG software using broadcasting on 9455, 7780, and 7730. Beautiful bird. So this is somebody asked me to do a little example, and I think this was one of the perfect ways to show an example of decoding of signals. That's 9455, Kevin Michael. It's WRMI. They're on 9455. Marsh marigolds. So let's see these flowers. So don't forget about that. Mighty KBC is one of the broadcasts that, of course, goes on the UT Sundays, but Saturday night. London 19657. I would never have known what the signal was unless you told me. Yeah, and I thought this example was great, London. You know why? Because this week I saw 2 or 3 posts. People are looking at the waterfall of an SDR, for example, or hearing these weird noises, and they have no clue what it is. And I hope that maybe by viewing this part of the live show, it's going to be something. One of the things I did think too about maybe recording a video that focuses only on this and that explains what it is, and maybe do the whole half hour with the pictures and everything. Maybe people would find that cool and helpful also. Tell them that, you got to set up the software, and that's the thing, is setting up the software so that it works, and like seeing that the waterfall here, like the lines here at the bottom have to be aligned with the signal centered on 1500 hertz, things like that people might not really understand. Beautiful flowers once again, so that's pretty cool. Our painting of the week is Flowers by David Hockney, British, 1937. So here's our painting. And I'm sure David Hockney, that was born 1937, didn't think back in the day that this would be something today. I can tell you that. Rotten Animal. If you like old electronics, get some 1920s radios. I have some, and they work good. I replace the caps and resistors. You're a tech, you can do it. Listen to a 100-year-old radio. Yeah, the oldest that I have, and I need to, is pretty much the Westinghouse now, 1949. I'd like to have something even older. Perry, you can use any radio. It could be a portable radio that you just feed the audio that you hear into the input of your computer. Any radio will do the job. It does not have to be a SDR. It's as long as you have that sound coming in well enough, you can actually decode it with the software on a computer. And this case, I'm using my Yaesu transceiver what you see here is the Yaesu transceiver being used to drive the audio into a mini PC here with the FLDG software. Good night, Philip Jones. Take care, my friend. And here we have a beautiful painting from somebody that in the 1940s, 50s probably never thought we'd do this on a live show today. And here we go. Shortwave returns to MFSK 32. And this is pretty much the end of the broadcast. You can send reception reports, radiogram at verizon.net, and get your EQSL. And this is pretty cool. And of course, with the music, sending a last picture. Imagine there's music and there's this being sent out. And there you go.
Let us know you're listening to WRMI Radio International from our website.
So, I hope you guys found this cool. And back to the normal camera. So, hope you found this cool, that we did a little decode of a digital mode as MFSK, actually a couple of digital modes, MFSK 32 and 64, using the shortwave radiogram. This is the fun part of having two cameras. I can zoom in on that and show you whatever. So, Sweatcats, it was on 9455 from WRMI, and also 7780. So, it's pretty cool to check it out. And I'm going to make a specific video on it, also other digital modes maybe. I know that for a lot of people it seems complex and maybe not easy to understand, but I'm going to tell you, it's not as bad as you think. It's just understanding the basic principles. Take care, Keegan. Stay safe. Always nice to have you on board. Mike B, thank you for showing this. I'm new to the hobby, and this is very interesting. I learned something new, and I understand how something works. And like I said, what's cool with this is that any radio, a little portable receiver, as long as you got a good enough signal to have the audio go through, you don't even need single sideband, because this is tones through an AM transmission. I mean, you could have the most basic of receivers and still be able to get the decodes here, as long as the audio is good enough and that you drive it through your computer in some way. It's pretty cool. Well, definitely, Perry, you gotta try that. It's very rewarding, because the first time you do your own decode of this is just so cool. You just like sit down and like, oh man, this is really fun. London 19657. I have a half watt legal transmitter on FM, and everyone can hear this show within 5 blocks. Sound Blaster 64. Wow, Sound Blaster. That goes back in time. Nice to have you here. No cat cam? Yeah, I know. I have to add a cat cam. David says, was nice. Long time no give a shortwave radiogram a go myself. If you want to test it, by the way, except I've been talking over it much, so any video I will make about it that you hear the audio, you can test it using the audio of the video. Sorry, the audio of the video, and it actually works fine. So there's a lot of stuff like that you can decode. It's question of being very. This is the fun part of our hobby. This is seeing all the different things we can do with shortwave and with our hobby. Hey guys, you enjoyed this little segment? You enjoyed seeing this for the first time? A little donation, why not? You have the super chat here. That is cool. And you have, of course, the Lobster fund and cat food for Paul. And that is through PayPal. Why not give a little something and say, hey, I appreciate what you did. It's really, really cool. And we'll have more of stuff like that, actually. So, now with 2 cameras, I can easily show a screen here. We can go decode stuff. We can look on the internet, see what we can do, go through different resources. If you really enjoyed, why not think about a little something, guys? Okay, would be much appreciated. In these times of really crappy monetization off of YouTube, too, it's even more important and interesting. So thanks, guys, for everything. Bob, anti-dash to a little before I could comment that was cool. So, there's stuff like that we can do. Yeah, tonight it's Lobster, London. I'll show you. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. The lobster is ready to be eaten. There we go. Here we go. Boston Patriot. Nice to have you on board. Other things you can do. Let's check out our friend Boston Weather Facts, if it's on right now. I don't know if it's on. Oops. Put herself in USB. Yeah, it's not there. 0634. Check it out. Yeah, it's not on yet. There's some weather facts that's kind of cool to decode also, but they're not on yet. Yeah, but it's different to London. It's actually very good. The only thing is working hard to, Oh, don't worry, Mike. I will. Paul is. You know what? When I get the lobster, Paul is going to sit down next to me and is like, Okay. I one of the things I like is sometimes to eat like something like, because now it's lobster time here, and like there's a lot of restaurants that have specials with lobster in it. Often I will order like a lobster special or something. But hey, when you can do it at home for much cheaper than a restaurant, by the way. 11253 Military 1. Yeah, let's check it out. 11253. It's not very strong, but it's there. And that suddenly you smell interesting. Yeah. Well, let's just say that. Hey, Davis Radio Room. Nice to have you on board. And let's just say that you don't eat things like that before you go at an important meeting. That garlic, of course, because lobster is good with garlic butter. Oh, you're allergic to seafood, RJ, the Dakota. There are quite a few people that are allergic to seafood. You gotta be careful. Joseph 11253 barely whispering here in California. Let's check. Let's check. Any pirates? North American shortwave pirates? Nothing. It's pretty quiet right now. I guess they're gonna come out a little later. Sometimes at 0 UT it's the time for pirates. And Priam, anything in the number station side? Yeah, in 22 minutes there's these V13, which is the Taiwan number stations with the musical introduction and stuff we can try. So here's the frequencies of V13 that I'm putting in the chat. And here we go. So next station in 21 minutes, V13 on 15388 upper sideband, 15890 upper sideband, and 18040 upper sideband. Cool old radios. Hope it's working well and you're happy. RJ Dakota barely here, 11253. So this is Military 1, which is the UK military volumet. Bob is also allergic to shellfish. So London. So we have some number stations coming up. Francis Moore, another top drawer broadcast. And we have anything else coming up? So Radio Romania will be there at 0 UTC. You know, North America is really being phased out of broadcasts that are direct. And this is why a lot of people are on the impression there's nothing on shortwave. I mean, if you look at the IBI space schedules, there's tons of things on shortwave. The problem is we're in an isolated area. You know, I remember a long time ago hearing a lot of people that were in Oceania, you know, Australia, for example, saying, well, you know, there's not that much that we hear from the international broadcasters because there weren't that many that were actually sending their signals to Australia directly. So it makes it more difficult to hear stuff. And here in North America, we're in that state now. It's like there's tons of radio stations that could be heard, that you could listen to. They're just not broadcasting to us. And sometimes, if not often, broadcasting on frequencies and times that will just not make it to North America. And that's why, you know, sometimes I got this email one day that said, you know, there's not that much being broadcast to us. And that person said, you know, buying a shortwave radio seems to me kind of useless when I can use Kiwi SDRs to go get the broadcast. And it's like, I totally understand your point of view. I mean, in the fact where all the stations are not broadcasting towards us, yeah, definitely it's something to think about, you know, in North America. So what else do we have? Old radios, also allergic to shelf. Okay, let's do it again. Old radios, allergic to selfishness. Wow, you know, when you look fast, it's like you just see what you want to see, but when you take the time to look at the phrase more precisely. Kevin Michael, 8117. Let's see if I hear something on that frequency range. The ICOM would be better. So 8117, upper sideband. Not hearing anything here. Oh, from Taiwan. Okay. I don't think I'm going to hear that all the way here. Shannon on 13264. Let's see if it's coming in here. It's actually getting better on 11253 right now. Oh, wow. It's very strong. The Shannon involvement is very strong. Pretty good. Don't forget, guys, that no problem, Francis. Cool. RJ Dakota, I've been trying to go through the places where pirates usually hang out with little success. Last night there was several pirates, even a few AM pirates. Yeah, they're low powered, so it's a little difficult, and they seem to be concentrated a lot on the East Coast, northeast part of the US. So yeah, for some of you it might be a little more difficult. Bob's old records, I only use Kiwi if I'm bored or just desperate for something to do. I'd rather try my own SDR. You know, I totally understand that, because we want to hear the signals with our own radios. I mean, that's what we want to do. It's as simple as that. We always want to hear stuff with our own radios. And it's normal. It's more fun. Knowing that your antenna, you know, last night I made a contact on 20 meters amateur radio, and station was located in Kosovo. It was one of those special event stations, and at some point it hit me. It's like my wire in the backyard is receiving that signal, sending it through the coax up to the shack here, and when I transmit, my voice is being broadcast by that wire in my backyard, and it goes all the way to Kosovo. And it's like, wow, it's mind-boggling. When you start thinking about it, it's really mind-boggling what we do and what all of it is all about. Joseph can hear 13264, which is in Ireland, Shannon, Ireland. Basel Rectors, okay. SW signals, Shannon coming into Florida, 13264. Dawson Love, if I were to try the pirate thing, I'd use AM. Yeah, Gander is going to shut down June 12th. It's something we're actually going to tune it in 5 minutes when it's. We're going to try all the frequencies in and then 5 minutes when it turns on. Before it goes away forever. RJ Dakota pirates do seem to be concentrated on the East Coast. I do wonder sometimes why that is, considering that penalties would be much higher. Well, we know that in terms of population concentration, the states in the East do have a lot of people concentrated there, and maybe that's why there's a higher chance of pirates, I guess. Yeah, it definitely is an interesting thing that they're all concentrated. One of the things also that I consider, and I think is what's happening, there's maybe, like if in an evening there were 15 pirates on, I bet you that there's only 2 or 3 actual different transmissions. A lot of pirates are relayed by the same guys. So if you hear 15 pirates, there was not 15 transmissions from 15 different transmitter sites. There was 15 transmissions from 2 or 3 sites. And they all relay the programs of the other pirates. So that also is one reason why maybe it's all concentrated there. Absolutely, Justin. It is wild. You know, when I put my end fit in the back, and I went on with my Yaesu transceiver to make a voice contact on, I think it was 10 meters. Even though I understand that, you know, you don't need a complex setup to do things, I was skeptical that I could actually make a contact with just a piece of wire and a balun, and then, you know, use the antenna tuner to have it working perfectly. I was like, come on, just a piece of wire like that, my signal can't go out around the world. Even though I've seen it, even though people talked about it, there's still this. I was still skeptical, and I've been doing radio for 40 years plus. I still was skeptical, and you know what? I went on the air and called a station that was calling CQ, and like that, made a contact. And then made contact with 2, 3, 4 stations in Europe. And I was like, wow. This is so cool. A piece of wire in my background, in the backyard. And I'm talking to the world on it. This is freaking amazing. Bob's a record, Wolverine, pretty much the only thing I can hear this far west. Yeah, Wolverine is very powerful. It's one of those really powerful ones. Low Tech 42, nice to have you on board. Do you use a Stream Deck to control your stream? Nope. All I do is go on YouTube streams, and I use OBS Studio to stream. And enables me to have different cameras, different things. I'm even going to add, I haven't had it here, but I'm going to actually add a display capture tab so that if I want to show something on the computer itself, I would be able to. Mike B, 13264, faint on the PL330 in Bayfield, Colorado. That's pretty amazing, actually. Small little PL330. And an upper sideband, and using only the telescopic mic, and getting Shannon, Ireland. So guys, that's in honor of the Gander, Newfoundland vomit that is actually going to be off on June 12th. 13270, I hear it faintly. Let's actually do something here. So 13270. 10051 10051.
Valid from B11 at 0000 until B11 at 2400. Wind 130 degrees, 8 knots. Visibility 1/4 mile.
So that's Gander Valmet in Newfoundland, Canada, which in less than a month's time will be gone. Well, in a month's time will be gone. Let's try 6604 here because that's better on this radio. There we go.
08000. Visibility 1 mile. Light rain. Mist. Feeling 400 overcast. Becoming between 04000 and
So, and 3485. So, it's pretty cool. It depends where you are. Some frequencies will be better than others, depending on where you are. I'm not drinking any beverages near my old computer. You know what? It reminds me of one thing, old radios. When I set up here with my first gaming PC that was just brand new, and it was a desktop, so you know it limits the damage, but still I had a can of Coca-Cola on the desk near the keyboard, and a brand new beautiful keyboard, and I smacked my Coca-Cola can and it all dripped into the keyboard, which even after you clean it or do whatever, the keys get stuck and they just stay there. And I was like, wow, brand new keyboard. But at least it was not a laptop. So the only thing you do is change a keyboard. It's not as bad, but still, it's not fun. It's like, it was a brand new keyboard, brand new computer. It's like, I don't know how many weeks before I actually put any type of drink near the new keyboard that I had to buy again because of that. So Ken Michael getting it weak. Mike B texting an 80 antenna. You should try an MLA30 and be surprised. It's better than that one. But hey, if you're getting good signals or anything. Toast and Love 13270, pretty strong. Ken Michael 10051, 2 weak. As well, Signals 13270, good strong in Florida. Joseph 10051 strong in California. Blogger 10051 strong in Virginia. RGA Ballsmacker is powerful enough to be used as a general entertainment here, so it's Mixed Radio International. Kevin Michael making it to the Pacific, pretty amazing. No, it wasn't a rum and coke. It was just a plain can of Coca-Cola while I was setting up I remember being all excited setting up my new desktop PC to play games that I just got at a little computer shop not far from here. And first freaking thing, Coca-Cola in the keyboard. Oh God. I remember I got there the next day and I said, what do you have, a keyboard? And the guy looks at me and says, you had a keyboard with your PC yesterday. You don't like it? I spilled a can of Coca-Cola in it. The keys are just sticky. It just doesn't work anymore. And he's like, oh, God. I'm like, yeah. So, can I have a new keyboard? And the guy actually was nice. Because he gave me the keyboard. He said, yeah, I know the keyboard's $45. But you know what? You bought a nice PC from me yesterday. How about $20? And the keyboard's yours. And I said, cool. Thank you so much. You're really nice. So, it happens. It happens. But, through the years of my tech duties, I can tell you the number of people that dropped all sorts of liquids through the keyboard was crazy. The most, when it was coffee, it's especially, it's when it's a laptop. Because there's a computer under it. At least when it's a keyboard with a desktop, well, it's okay. I'll just change the keyboard. It's not that expensive. But when it's a laptop, well, the computer's under the keyboard, so it's going to drip into the circuit, and everything's gone. But, you know, we learn. I had a couple of close calls actually here with my gaming laptop. I had a couple of close calls with my gaming laptop that kind of reminded me, move those glasses away from the computer. So coffee, wine is a pretty popular one. People just, you know, drop into the computer. I remember one client telling me, well, you can't fix my computer. I said, you spilled wine. It's not just a keyboard thing. It's the whole circuit underneath. Your computer is going berserk with everything, and it actually, wine is a little bit like cola. It gets sticky, and it gets like, yeah, I'm not going to put your computer in the washing machine. So, you know. I like that. Kenneth says, the Caribbean area, 16-ounce bottle of rum, 50 cents, but an 8-ounce can of Coke was $1.50. Youch. Andy New, 10051, coming in strong on the Kiwi SDR. Yeah, acids, absolutely. You know. Kevin Michael done that when the first computer spilled Coke in the keyboard. Yep. Then you learn. You learn that you gotta be careful because these things is going on. That's what I like about, you know, this with mini PCs. I can scrap the keyboard. I'll just get another one, and that's it. It doesn't, you know, damage the PC itself. RRT08 says 10051 strong in Chicago. So this is a weather station from Newfoundland. So we are at 0 hours Universal Time, guys. And we'll be looking at pirate stations. See what happens. I'll tell you one of the... don't tell anyone. Shh. This is a secret between us and the whole community of YouTube. So I was fixing a computer and the power supply was the problem. So the computer was fixing needed 3 different cables on the motherboard to power everything. So I take the power supply out, the cables and everything, put the new power supply in, put the cables, but forget one. I totally forgot the last one because it's not something you would see very often. Most of the time when you put a power supply, you just put the power supply to, you had this, you know, like big connector that you put on the main motherboard. If it was an Intel machine, you had a little Intel plug. And of course, all the connectors for the drives and the hard drive and stuff. But that motherboard had a third connector because it was a gamer's machine. It required so much power. They had a third connector, and that was not seen very often. It was my last client of the day. I was actually, you know, tired of my full day of going around town. It was like 10 p.m. at night. So I plugged the connector, I plugged the Intel power connector, and I switched on the PC, not thinking that that third connector was supposed to be there. For 10 seconds, there was a firework display on the motherboard. And everything shut down, and I thought, oh shit, I forgot the third connector. And I was sure the PC was dead. But I did plug the third connector in. And I thought, well, I'm going to switch it on. Nothing's going to happen. And I pressed the power button, and everything lit up, everything started, Windows loaded, and everything was freaking fine. And I was like, oh God, thank God the client didn't see this. I was sure that I just killed the PC. But it was still working. Oh man. So, London says, I got a very expensive gaming computer about 15 years ago. I'm stuck with Windows, but can't upgrade my graphics card. Yeah, PCI Express. Today they have all dedicated stuff. SWAT Cats, Gander Radio out. Imagine whoever's going to listen to the last transmission and hearing Gander Radio out for the last time ever. Bob says, it bugs me that white keyboards are still rare. My first keyboards were white and then went black and still can't see the keys properly. Go on Amazon, Bob. I buy my the person I'm taking care of as a caregiver has a very hard time seeing correctly on, I mean, he would not see anything on this. And on Amazon, if you put PC keyboards of colorful or whatever, you can actually put one if you want white. You just put white keyboard. I'm sure they have one. They have so much choice that I'm sure they have one. If I look here, white keyboard. Oh man, they got tons of them. White keyboards of all sorts. So if they got lighted keyboard, white keyboards, they got everything. Go check it out. You're gonna get something there. They might not have it at your local store, but on Amazon you got some really amazing choice. SWL Signals 23, does the Antarctic station still transmit? No, unfortunately. It seems like there was kind of a scam. It looks like a scam going on. And what happened is that the transmitter that they were supposed to get, which was coming from Germany, went through the US, is not happening. It's not true. It looks more like they were scammed off of a lot of money. Plus, one of the managers or the people taking care of LRA 36 died last year. So with all of that, we're kind of think that LRA 36 on 15476 is a goner. It's not going to come back ever. So, Kevin Michael, I put a power supply to 240 volts. That thing went up in smoke. First computer, compact 5352. An N-Farm keyboard. I like that. Oh, God. So let's check out. There's it's interesting. On 10051, look at that. Look at that radar go. Where look at that radar. Exactly where Gander was. So, kind of interesting. A termite keyboard. Made of wood. It's got to be worse than that, Kenneth. A termite keyboard made of wood on a wooden desk. Oh, man. So, anything else? Any pirates popping out at 0 UT? I have Jeff Underground. So, it seems like nothing's there. Let's check out Pirate Band, just out of curiosity. 6.85. Oops. 6.85. And upper side band. Oh. Steps are way too. There's something on 6938. And it's in AM mode. I don't know what it is, but there's something on 6938. That's all I get right now. It's a very quiet night for pirates, actually, tonight. Surprising. Very surprising. Yeah, Gander is, Joseph, Gander is a 10-minute broadcast at the 50th minute of the hour and at the 20th minute. So at 0:20, you're going to get 10 minutes. At 0:50, you're going to get 10 minutes. And that is their broadcast. Because they used to alternate. That 10 minutes was then sent to 10 minutes from New York radio. If you guys remember, New York radio. So there was an alternating New York radio and Gander radio every 10 minutes. Unfortunately, that is something that is gone now. There's like a New York radio went off the air like many years ago. Back in the times. It's probably have some videos of New York radio on my YouTube channel, old videos. One thing I wanted to do the other day is go and watch the first year of my videos, because there's stuff in there of broadcasts that are gone now today. I have posted in those first years international broadcasters that just don't exist. Oh, by the way, also a little bit of news here. Slovakia still had the transmitter sites for Radio Slovakia. And they are in the process of destroying all the transmitters and antennas at the Slovakia transmitter site. Which, once again, I always think about, we talk VOA, for example. I see people saying, well, I want my country to save money. We get it. Every country around the world, everyone wants the government to be as efficient and save as much money as possible. It's the way it is. The thing is that attacking these types of broadcast transmitter sites, it's a drop in the ocean in a country's budget, basically. Radio Canada was a cup of coffee per year per Canadian. It's not that much. But it was important to be there. So when you look at, okay, well, you got a transmitter site, it can't cost you that much to just maintain it in case we need it. In case we need it. And the problem is, that should be there in case we need it. If things go sour, let's say Russia decides that Ukraine's not enough. Let's start going around, it's going around and Europe. you'll need voices to kind of tell the world about things and other countries about things. So, you know. But, you know, that's the thing. Museums, libraries, radios, they're all things that don't cost enough money for a government to have any shutdown. There are things that are way, way, way worse, that cost way more, where there's huge billions of dollars being spent for nothing. And it's not those things. It's not radio. It's nothing like that. And that's another story, and that's, you know, politics and government issues. Yeah, Brent, absolutely. It's it really is sad. It's honestly, it's very sad for to have lost that. By the way, I have a good news for you guys. Last week I told you there was a presentation that was done by David Smith, who actually is building radio stations, putting on the air radio stations in Africa, telling the world how important it is to have a voice for so many people there, and the importance that radio and shortwave has. I was able to get the okay from Richard Cuff at the Shortwave Festival, and I've got a great okay, go for it, from David Smith in South Africa. And the next, maybe tomorrow, I'm going to try to do it tomorrow, but in the next couple of days, you guys will have on the Shortwave channel a beautiful presentation from David Smith, which is wonderful and inspiration as to why radio and shortwave radio needs to go on. That's why, you know, we were talking about Jasmine 2 weeks ago. Last week she said, "You talk about me." Yeah. Because I wanted to see that presentation, to show, and I want a lot of people to see it, to show the world, you know what, this is super important. This is how you speak to people. And you guys are going to be amazed at the presentation. That guy talked to warlords. That guy put voices in local languages. And it was just amazing. It was just amazing. So it should be on the air, on the YouTube channel, either tomorrow or Monday at the latest. I have to edit because there were a little bit of technical glitches at the presentation. I'm gonna try to edit that out. And I hope you guys enjoy. I will share it with this week. I'll share it with everybody. I do want to tell everybody also that, and I'm going to share it again, you want to be part of the Zoom meeting, which is open for everybody? Everybody. Every single one of you. Sunday, May 18th at 20 hours Universal Time. Here's the link to register in advance, even if you don't have a camera, even if you don't have a microphone. You can just put in the chat room, "I'm here," and it's fine. But I want to see as many people as possible at this event. So here's the link for the Zoom. And hope that you guys join us Sunday, May the 18th at 20 hours Universal Time. Okay, here's the link. You just have to register. And this is extremely cool It's a different thing from, this live show where I only see people chatting. This is a place you should come on May 18th. Do register, say hello. It'll be a lot of fun to see you guys too. And see faces maybe I've never seen before, which will be great. So that's for May 18th. And next week, of course, we have a show at 20 hours Universal Time. So that will be there. So this is, kind of cool to check it out. And yeah, Bert, sorry, but it's difficult because I had to arrange that schedule with the CIDX schedule for their own meeting, and so May 18th was kind of okay. We'll do it there. But anyways, if you can, even if it's 5 minutes, say hello. Who knows? It would be fine. And so Bert, Kev Michael has a VOA QSL card with the Challenger space shuttle. I have 2 QSLs from Voice of America. I think only 2. One with the Delano, California transmitter site picture, and I've got another one which I don't remember what it is, but I've got 2 QSLs from Voice of America, which is kind of cool. WSOI Homebrew says, I was thinking of Jasmine today at a Red Cross training for ham communicators. They use ham radio and GMRS, FRS radios with AA batteries. In places that lose all comms, radio is very relevant for emergency communications. Absolutely. Absolutely. One of the things about all of this also is the perception we have as North American people, because what happens is that you tune the bands in North America, you have the impression there's nothing happening, because it is quiet. I am for one of those that finds that our evenings in North America are very quiet now. Not a lot of stations are actually not broadcasting, and towards us, and so it makes a quiet band. And I think sometimes the perception of, shortwave is not relevant, look at there's nothing, is our positioning in the world. If in an instant I could transport all of us into Central Africa or Asia and sit down and tune the bands for half an hour, you guys would be overwhelmed by all the signals. There's a shift of where broadcasting goes. And you know what? It doesn't mean it's the end for, say, North America. Sometimes, shortwave has this way of doing something that pretty much no other means can do. Shortwave is this medium that will go across borders where people don't want you to hear what is happening. And this is interesting because it tells me that if something bad happens and you want to hear a voice that might be giving you better news than what you think is in your own country, shortwave is the only way, because if the government decides tomorrow morning, I'm cutting off all news sources from the internet, I will not let my population be, distracted by this. Shortwave, there's nothing you can do about it. No, you can try to jam it if you want. But honestly, my voice is going to go across your border and you will hear what I have to say about whatever is happening. And once again, you know, we talked about people thinking that some things waste money that shouldn't be. Well, we had a great report on the International Radio Report a couple of weeks ago of how people in parts of Africa are not very happy that VOA is gone, because it was their source of news. And I don't care what you think about the news of VOA. Let's stick to what VOA is about. For some people, that is important, and it's important to have that news. BBC World Service, you know, honestly, if I have one thing to say about broadcasting on shortwave, please, let's hope the BBC has enough funding to stay there for as long as possible. For as long as possible. Sergeant Rock, nice to have you here. Thanks for your great show. Check for the Amvention sales related to Dayton, Ohio suppliers. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff happening. That's going to be cool. Do you like SDR Connect? Well, it's getting better all the time. You got to give it time, okay? Because it's you gotta understand one thing. Low Tech 42 is that SDR Connect is still beta. It's still test software. My biggest concern is that of all the SDR software, it's the heaviest on the PC resources of pretty much all of them. And they need to do something about making it kind of lighter. But for other things, like, you know, you can use SDR Connect, you can have several different receivers, and depending on what you use, it's getting slowly there. I know this noise reduction is not at par with a lot of other software, but look, they're still working on it. Let's give them time. Let's give them time to make it better. At some point, it's going to be a finished product, a finished software, and hopefully it's going to be an amazing piece of software. Because, you know, every software and every SDR software we use is always, you know, has different options. Each piece has something great that the others don't have. And it's a question of, it's like radios. You know, I say it all the time. We got tons of radios. None is perfect. Every radio has this little flaw that's like, But and we wish we could have that radio that actually has all of it perfect. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen because it's probably very complicated to actually achieve that. But let's give it time. We'll see. Okay. I'm not negative about SDR Connect. I actually have started using it more because I've got the network SDR Play device, and it works only on SDR Connect. So I've been using it more. But as time goes by, we'll have more options, more things. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, this is London with the what was it called? The Lily Bolero or something? Let's see if I can find a little something for you guys here. BBC. Yeah, I remember there was that BBC. Yeah, Bolero or something. Yeah, so here, you guys remember this from the BBC World Service? I'm gonna put my headphones on, make sure I hear what you guys hear. If I can just untangle the headphones. So, Oh, look at that. It's stuck there. Okay, well, let's do it like this quickly. Just take this cable out. Here we go. So, let's just see what we can do with this. So let's put it here.
BBC World Service. We're now closing on 15.22 megahertz. We continue on 17.84 and 9.515 megahertz. This is London.
So here we go. That was the what we would hear in the 80s when the BBC would sign on and have the news at the top of the hour in North America and so on. Oh, absolutely. By the way, I'm not talking at all negatively about Jasmine. It's just she has a very, very specific point of view, and I think it might be fun for her to see for the documentary, and she's a little opposite of me. She's a welcome member. Everybody has its own point of view, and it's fine. Like Turok Tem has his point of view, like with regards to programming and stuff. Hey, this is a YouTube channel where everybody, if they are reasonable and can speak in an okay way, are welcome about their own opinion on everything. Whether I agree or not, it's fine. And I think everybody adds. This is what adds to the big picture of all of it. Everybody's own perception of it is important. Bob's Old Records, AirSpy software is clunky, but I finally know the workarounds. Yeah, all the software have this weird thing, Yeah, happy Mother's Day to everybody, to all the moms out there. Kevin Michael, the PL990 and Gradic Satellite 800 has been great on medium wave and shortwave. Pretty cool. Bob, Audio Technica headphones. Man. Yep, absolutely. Live tribes and diverse ecosystems. So, guys, I want to 1, eat lobster. 2, I need to edit the International Radio Report show for tomorrow morning. So, I'm going to have to say goodbye for tonight. It was a lot of fun. We had really, really good time. Low-Tech 42 I don't, because my computers already have a audio. I forget the name, but they already have the possibility for virtual audio by themselves, which is Windows. Oh God, I forgot the name. Windows sound settings. Let me just try to find the name of what I'm searching for. Input devices. That's not what I want to do at all. It's called. Yeah, that's. On Bluetooth. Cancel. Let's check it out. Anyways. Oh God, I got it by the. Anyways, it has already the virtual capabilities, but in one PC, And what PC, I do use VB audio cable for the virtual cable capability. Sometimes, depending on the card, the sound card you have, you definitely need to use it to drive the audio of an SDR into the computer. Now, what you saw on the screen when I was decoding earlier, it's an external radio. It was my Yaesu receiver, and so it was actually sent through my PC because the Yaesu FTDX10 has a sound card, so it sends its own audio to the computer via USB, and it appears on the computer as a USB device. If you had a portable radio or anything, it would be to use a cable and use the input that you have. So that's pretty. This is the way it works. So hey Matt, MDK2. Yep. Yeah. Jasmine's gonna be back. Absolutely. I mean, she's here regularly. She's not here every week, but she's here regularly. So take care, everybody. Have a great time. Happy Mother's Day to all moms, and don't take your mom for granted. One day, if you still have your mom, one day she's not going to be there anymore. Mine has been gone now for 17 years, and something you miss once she's gone. Take care, guys. Thanks everybody for being here. Don't forget, you can give me a little something to the super chat or the PayPal. So here's the PayPal as we end the show, which is this email. Thanks so much, guys, for being here. It's great to have you here. Nothing, Francis. Nothing happened. It's just that I will be posting a video that I hope she watches. It'll be very interesting, and it's like we said, she's not here all the time. So, but then there's nothing bad or nothing special. We're just going for that. So next Saturday, 20 hours UTC, and you guys remember Zoom meeting on Sunday, May 18th, 20 hours UTC. You got to register and be there. I want to see you. I want to see your face. And don't worry if I can't see your face because you don't have a cam, or hear you because you don't have a microphone. It's fine. You can just type in the chat like you do here. But I want to see as maximum amount of people possible. All right? Take care, guys. 73. Thanks for everything. Hope you enjoyed the decode of the shortwave radiogram. And it's really, really a lot of fun to be here, everybody. Really, really neat to have all of you here. So good night, guys. Stay safe. Love you all. And see you next week. 2 days in a row for some.